Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day one of Vision 2025, Redefining the Future of the Mortgage Industry. Today, we're going to be joined by some of the best leaders in the mortgage industry, starting off with John Jerkovich. We got Michelle Berman-McKell, Chris Vinson, who is our keynote speaker, Major Singleton, Scott Shang, AI Genius, Carlos Ramos. So we got a packed day for you. Excited. I hope you guys are registered for tomorrow as well. We have another amazing day planned for you from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I will be sending out emails to everyone with the link in case you missed it, so you can get signed up for tomorrow's portion of the event as well. We're going to have some amazing speakers as well as our sponsors on again to help us out and get things rolling here. I'm going to bring on our first speaker. John, give me 1 second here. Hey, John, welcome to the stage, my friend.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hey, I'm excited to have you, man. I'm going to tell you, do you have slides you want to share? Or
Sure. I got all kinds of stuff. I got hours of PowerPoint for people here.
If you want to go to, if you do have PowerPoint, you can just hit present there, and then that'll bring that up.
I'm doing it now.
Awesome. And then I can add that into the mix here for you.
Are you there? We
There
go.
we go.
Perfect. Well, I've got to drive myself, but so if I'm looking all over the place, it's not that I've got Tourette's or something. But
Nope.
We'll go ahead and get this kicked off.
Yeah, man. I'm going to give you the stage. I'm going to jump out of your way and let you take over.
Awesome.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Hey, no problem. Okay. So here's my promise to you guys with this presentation. And pretty simple. Thing number one, I'm not here to do an infomercial. This is not an infomercial. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Number two, I'm going to try really hard not to suck. So my hope is you're here. My hope is that this is not terrible. This is a good time and fun is had by all. One of my other goals is for you to walk away with 2 or 3 things that you can go out and instantly put into your business, begin maybe thinking about things different concepts that will go ahead and just put you in a better spot and a better position to win. And I realize that there's nothing more precious than your time. The fact that you're showing up here is super important. It says a lot. It speaks volumes about where you're trying to go, the direction that you're trying to kind of take your business in and where you're trying to go with your life. So I'm really here today to serve 2 different types of people. Group number one, and there's a lot of us out there and a lot of people that are in this group. This, I like to call it the day-by-day group. They're just trying to stay afloat, trying to stay positive, trying to make it another month. And you know, renewals just came out and it looks like they're going to shake out somewhere about the same as 2024 into 2025. But with any business, doesn't matter what you're doing, the goal of business is to stay in business. So if you're in the day-to-day group, we've got some things that are for sure for you. The other group of people that I'm after, this is the kind of, I call this the I got this group. You're making some money. You've kind of got your poop in a group. Maybe you want to tighten that up a little bit more. You're looking to try new things. You're looking to go out and take market share. And like a lot of people in our industry, just across the board, you're maybe content but not satisfied where you're at. Hence the reason that you're here for something like this is to take away some additional things, some insights to get a little bit better at your craft. So why listen to me? And the reason being is you don't really know what you don't know. And I'm now closer to 100 than I am to 0. So I think with that comes what they call wisdom. But what I've realized is there's a lot of tidbits and things that I can pick up from people out there. And just having my ears open, I end up learning a lot. So just a couple of quick things. Been in the mortgage business 28 years. Started back at what is now Rocket Mortgage. Sat on their executive team. I have a 4-digit NMLS. Literally hired thousands of loan officers, probably helped them make hundreds of millions of dollars in commissions at this point. I've been everywhere. I've sat on the C-suite. I've changed trashes. I've done a little bit of everything inside of the mortgage business. I've launched brokers, worked at large direct to, if there's something inside of the mortgage business, there's probably a good chance that I've touched it. I've been someplace in along that. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm just obsessed with finding a better way. I'm obsessed with taking advantage of your 1,440 minutes every single day. And just think that I bring a unique perspective for a lot of people. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about kind of the last 27 years. What I would like to talk about and draw from a lot, because it matters more, not about my resume, but about what you're looking to do. I'd like to kind of draw off of what I've done the last 2 years. And I spent the last 2 years, I left a role as a chief revenue officer inside of a company. I've spent the last 2 years building some businesses. I started a company called Be a Broker, where we were a white glove concierge service, helped mortgage bankers open up their own brokerage shops, did everything from, getting your LLC form to, you name it, bonds, licensing, setting up your CRM, drip campaigns, the whole 9 yards inside of Be a Broker. I've got a consulting company called CEO 1440, where I work with mortgage companies, different people, helping them optimize their process. And most recently launched a banker training program called the Fin Toolbox. So the combination of all of these things, what it's led to and what I think can help you guys is I've had hundreds of conversations with all different people across the mortgage industry. You can see here on the slide, I've created a whole bunch of very detailed playbooks for people to download. We've got hundreds of downloads of our playbook. I've given hundreds of people permission. A lot of people just need permission, believe it or not, to go out and try the new thing or do the thing. Given hundreds of people permission over the last couple of years to go for it, do it, give it a try. Don't let fear hold you back. And I've also made hundreds of mistakes along the way. So with my own businesses, I've seen people start brokerages and crush it. I've seen other people do it and fail. Maybe that was on me. Maybe I should not have even helped them to begin with. Maybe they weren't ready. But ultimately, at the end of the day, what I've really done over the last 2 years is I have learned a ton of stuff. I've got a fantastic insight into the mortgage broker business, into what struggles loan officers have today, skills, social media. I've read tons of marketing books. So I feel like I'm pretty well versed to talk about these things. And like I said before, one of my goals is for you to get 2 or 3 things that you would take away. Alex Hormozi likes to say that I can give you the lessons without the scars. So my desire here is to give you some lessons without the scars. And what I've heard from all these conversations, there's a couple of things that kind of ring true for me. And that's this. Thing number one, people more than anything at all are seeking certainty. That's probably why you're on this call. It's why you do the things that you do. And you want certainty. And you want to know this: if I do the thing, whatever that thing is, will I get the desired result? And the other thing that people are really looking for is permission to try. They want to know that somebody else has done this thing. Well, again, whatever it is. And if this could be fitness, it doesn't matter. We're talking mortgages today, but it doesn't matter. So people want to know, if I do the thing, will I get the result? And they're looking for permission to give it a try. Now, I can't tell you whether or not you're going to get the result. I don't have a crystal ball. So I don't know. But what I can tell you is that there's a lot of trends that have a tendency to kind of repeat. So as we go through time, you see things that happened in the past, and you're like, oh, I kind of remember that. And you see it again. So if it's okay with you guys, I'd love to take you down a little walk down memory lane. If that's cool. If anybody objects, you can throw it up in the chat and say, no, don't do that. I hate memory lanes. Okay. Well, you're stuck with memory lane now. So here we go. So I'm going to go. I got in the mortgage business late 1998. And I'm just going to walk you kind of through my journey in the mortgage business. Maybe some of these things resonate with you. Maybe some of them don't. But we're going to take, like I said, a little walk down memory lane. So here it is, 1999. We got Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky in office. Wait, did I just say that? So we got Bill Clinton in office, and some of the things that just where the lending world was at this point. People were saying there's no way somebody will ever do a mortgage online. That's this slide. I got the wrong one here. People would never do anything online. There was the .com bubble was out there. If it said .com, it was worth millions of dollars. The internet was relatively new. You had pagers. I got pagers. I did a lot of applications face to face. The mortgage industry kind of worked on this paperless thing. It was primarily a regional type thing in that, you had your local community, but people didn't do loans 2 or 3 states. You had to do it kind of close where you were close proximity. Everything was hardware or paper. So either it was hardware loaded on a desktop or it was paper. Let's see what else I've got in here. The closing style was very much that ABC boiler room, always be closing kind of thing. You think like late 80s, Don Johnson type closing style. And at this point, some interesting things happened. The dot-com bubble broke. We saw interest rates come down. But you also had Bill Clinton, one of his biggest things was trying to see if this is a trend that maybe continues, was trying to make homes more affordable for more people. And they rolled out the Flex 97 and Flex 100. These were programs from Fannie Mae. And at this point, also, you started to have things on people's computer like desktop underwriters. People were able to get electronic loan documents, packages printed that weren't handwritten. Closed a bunch of loans on handwritten 1003s with handwritten loan estimates. So your loan officer needed to understand how to do those skills and actually write those things out. And real estate agents back then, guess what they needed? They still needed help, or they needed help with marketing. They needed help with putting stuff in databases, mailers, flyers. They needed a whole bunch of help. And the lending world and real estate agents and referral partners worked together to facilitate the American dream of home ownership. So that happens. Y2K comes and goes. We got 9/11. A bunch of things happen. We're going to fast forward now to 2005. Got George Bush in office. We moved from back in 99 with, Franklin planners and stuff. We've now progressed into, Palm Pilot was someplace in there, Nextel phones, but now we got Blackberries, we got email on our phone. Things are becoming more technology driven. Most people now, believe it or not, in the US have email addresses. People are feeling more and more comfortable. And again, the loan officer and the real estate agent are going to be replaced by tech. Ford F-150 was also the #1 selling car in the country. Banks did a lot of the loans. People started to move more towards more of a consultative type sales thing. You were able to get more training information. As the internet came out, it was easier to train more people at scale. And you started to see a lot more direct to consumer stuff. But it wasn't that local business anymore. It was kind of more of a regional. You didn't have a lot of national players at this point. And this is kind of where the Rocket Mortgage is emerged. And where you got your leads at this point was kind of from, I don't know if you remember display ads. You had like your MSN page, and over on the side, you'd get this banner display ad. And companies would go and buy that on your behalf, and it would drive traffic to you. And then you still had some traditional sources, radio, TV, those kind of things. And the business back then was about 50-50. So there was about as many brokers as there was, like actual lenders. So it was a pretty even mix across the board. And Alt-A products. There was a lot of it was becoming easier and easier to get loans. And that's kind of where we'll leave 2005. And hopefully, if you were out there and originating loans in 2005, you look back on these times with a little smile on your face. And I'm going to fast forward next. So something happens in 2007. We're just going to touch on it here, but this thing came out, and I said to myself, why do I need this thing? I already have a BlackBerry for my email. Little did I know where the iPhone was going to take our industry, but the iPhone comes out 2007. I had a BlackBerry, had no use for an iPhone, and we'll just leave it at that. So next, what happens? 2008, the boom, the crash, and I like to think of this kind of inside of the mortgage space as the Great Reset, but you had companies failing all over the place. You had bailouts. Every assets weren't distressed. The borrowers were distressed. There were great homes. You say distressed asset, but the asset often is not distressed. It's the borrower that's distressed. You had people doing modifications all over the place. A lot of those programs that we had, the Alt-A stuff back in 2005, that stuff all blew up. More or less, the only place to get a loan during these years, You had Fannie, Freddie, you had FHA and VA. And outside of that, there were not a lot of options. And this is really where some of the companies that were able to be quick and nimble, were able to adapt to the times, were able to kind of get things and figure it out, where they emerged. You had the Rocket Mortgages, which was Quicken back in the day. They came out of this, kind of towards the top. And you had this shuffling where the big banks were kind of backing out of mortgages a little bit. You had real estate agents. Guess what they needed at this point? They needed trusted partners that they could rely on for good information. They needed that. They needed that. Hey, you know what? They needed that in 99. They needed that in 2005. And here through this, again, it was a symbiotic relationship. They needed us. We needed them. And the people during this period of time that were willing to go out and learn new things, to become nimble, were the ones that did great things. And I don't know how I'm doing here on time. I want to just share a quick story. Was at Rocket Mortgage at the time, and they ended up with a fantastic relationship with Chase Bank. And the reason that happened is there was a young lady there. She's like oversees all of operations. She agreed to stuff mailers. Her and her team were literally stuffing mailers on behalf of Chase to send to their clients. And that turned into the relationship. They added a little bit of value and it turned into something that I'm sure people have made millions of dollars on. But in these hard times, a lot of times what you have is you have people that go out, they become super resourceful, and you become very resourceful when you're just trying to find a way to survive. We're going to fast forward here a little bit. We come out of there. You can see it gets like kind of bright, rosy. 2012 hits. And people have kind of figured it out. You've got a lot of different things, but you now have Google out there for search. SEO is becoming a thing. You've got all of these massive lead aggregators that are driving business, feeding the mortgage industry. You've got the emergence of CRMs. It used to be something that your company had a CRM and they would do all the marketing back, right? Or you had an ACT database and you would send out mailers via the ACT database, or you did email marketing stuff. Well, now CRMs are better. The LOS systems used to be some big hardware clunky thing that was put on. It was DOS based. It was on your computer. We now have technology really coming up. Agents, guess what? They still needed help. And we started to get things like Pre-App 1003. You started to get applications. That little iPhone that was rolled out in 2007 is becoming a more and more dominant player inside of the lending world. People are doing more and more from their phones. And you now can scan documents. You can do all kinds of things. And the industry started to turn also from this large enterprise thing where a company would come in and buy all of this software, and that was your company's enterprise software, to more of an individualized thing where it was more a la carte and you were paying smaller fees, but per seat. Very similar to what, what cable did. Cable used to charge you a bunch of money, and then you would have, then Netflix came in. It was $12 a month. And you have all of these small little pieces, people taking a piece of the business. But as you do that, you get a lot more options. So we saw a lot more optionality. And we started to see some social selling happening here. Influencers becoming important. Guys like Gary Vee wrote a book like Hook, Jab. You had people doing YouTube channels. People starting to do a lot more of their own marketing. Chat came in. Tech was getting easier. Credit type stuff was getting better. There was more information at a client's fingertips. And we had the reemergence of mortgage brokers happen over this period of time. And where we started out local with the advent of the internet, the iPhone, there are now people that can conduct business across all 50 states relatively seamlessly from any place out there. So it just became easier to conduct and do business. And banks, by the 2019, banks were no longer the dominant player inside of the mortgage space. You had independent mortgage brokers, bankers that were doing the bulk of the business. And we've only seen that trend continue. Banks doing less and less. And did I mention that real estate agents, referral partners, and your clients, they still need help. They need a trusted advisor. They need somebody that can show them the light. This happened all the way through this period of time. We fast forward to today. And hopefully you like my slides. This was me playing around with AI. It doesn't like to spell things right, but I think you get the gist of it. So where are we at today? As I sit here today and kind of look out at the landscape of where my business that I love mortgages, has come over the last 25, I guess it's 27, almost 28 years now. Massive changes, yet so many things still stay the same. There is now AI for everything. Sales are worldwide, literally worldwide. I worked with a company that is selling investment properties to foreign nationals. That is their entire business model. They market to foreign nationals. They sell them properties inside of the US. So the mortgage space is now worldwide. Social media is the media. I don't talk to a lot of bankers that want to get on their local cable television show. It just doesn't happen. It's made a move. Tech, where you used to have these massive tech teams, are now moving to this no-code programming. Knuckle draggers like myself can figure out how to write code, how to create programs, how to create tools that actually work for myself. Again, like when we go back to the crash, because things have been tough, we had that COVID boom where things got really easy, and AI actually, and all this kind of COVID, believe it or not, I believe, sparked the fintech revolution. Because what you had is, as COVID hit and people were making all this money in mortgage, there's a lot of people that had tech backgrounds that sat back and said, whoa, there's a lot of money to be made there, and tech will follow where there's money to be made. So you had all these people dump stuff in there. Well, with that, you get a lot of innovation, which is awesome. And it's cool. A lot of them have lost their butt because they found out mortgage is way more than just the tech piece. But that's where we're at today. We get all of these cool tools. We've also had some other things. The whole NAR settlement has changed a lot. The way that people shop for a home has changed a lot. There's been a lot of changes. And I think that over the next 5 years, we're going to see even more changes because technology is moving faster and faster. It took like 35 years for them to, sequence our genes. And now they're like doing stuff with CRISPR, right? So like tech moves really fast. It just has to get it going the first time. You have different options for your CRM, all kinds of things. There are literally 1,000 different mortgage CRMs out there built by different people. Believe it or not, crazy. Social selling has become a really big thing. Some of your largest producers, like the nation's #1 VA producer, this woman has a YouTube channel with 100,000 people. It's awesome. It's incredible. Out doing social selling. What else do I got on here? The broker model continues to grow. You've also had a lot of changes here inside of this space as things condense. People are more looking at where their tech sits and those kind of things. So kind of hit on all that. I'm going to move a little bit faster here. What are some traits of the loan advisor of the future? And I'm just going to kind of blow through these. We're going to be proactive problem solvers, connectors. We're going to engage with people earlier and where they're at. So on platforms like Reddit, LinkedIn, TikTok, Facebook, this is where you're going to be out creating and finding problems and uncovering need of your clients. This is happening already, only going to get more. A personal brand. You're authentic, not just a personal brand. The fake ones don't work anymore. It's actually got to be an authentic personal brand that drives like, trust, and respect. And if you do that, you become your client's obvious choice. And people also today, when you receive a referral, today it happens. I think this is going to be more in the future. When a real estate agent hands somebody your business card as a loan officer, that's going to be a referral for them to go and search you out, to check you out. It's no longer going to be that the referral to do business. It's going to be a referral to search. So keep that in mind. Edutainment. What this is you're going to be doing some educator as well as a trusted advisor. And this is already happening, but providing clear, engaging, educational information where you become the person that's known as the problem solver. This is already happening, going to, I believe, only get more and more. Big tech, you don't have to be the tech master, but you need to be tech savvy enough. Big data and AI will continue to help you do more. It's going to help you do it sooner, better, and faster. And the loan officer of the future, that's what I want to talk about, is where do you need to take your business? It's going to need to understand how these tools work. There are apps right now today where weekly people get their credit score refreshed. They can run what if scenarios. They can do budgeting. They can search for a property inside of their own ecosystem, be notified via notification anytime a listing price goes up and down. AI tech, you don't need to master it, and it's getting easier and easier for people to master, but you need to embrace it. It's not going away. It's going to be part of the business forever. We got a couple more traits here. Social seller, everything is a CRM. And I don't know if people really grasp that today, or if you have like a company newsletter. Know this: every time you post in social media, it's like dropping a newsletter. You're getting in front of your clients. You're getting in front of those future clients, those maybe clients. So start looking at every single thing: Facebook, Instagram, you name it. Everything is a CRM. It should be viewed as such. And when you're out there, you just need to be top of mind. Not all the time, but when they're thinking about doing business, and we don't know when that is. So start viewing everything as a CRM. Client first approach. A lot of times businesses will talk about, is it a product market fit, market product fit? You have a unique opportunity today with the cornucopia of loan products that sit out there. See, I use that word without AI. Just wanted to share that. If you ever see it in a post of mine, cornucopia, as that goes back to the thing about being authentic. You've got to be yourself. People are not going to buy from a fake person anymore. That worked back in the 90s, will not anymore. People are going to figure out who you are. I was on a call last night and somebody said, if a client doesn't want to do business with me because they want somebody that wears a shirt and doesn't like a backwards baseball hat, them figuring that out sooner in the process just saved me a headache of having a client that wasn't going to do business with me anyway. So you have a unique opportunity today to stay top of mind and to tailor solutions for the people that you're trying to go after. So it's not a one size fits all. You get to go out and pick kind of a la carte what kind of products you would want to offer. And then here, I think that the seventh trait of the loan officer of the future is you are going to be the CEO of You Inc. You are out there and you are going to be embodying and really growing a business. Either if you work for yourself or you work for someone else, you're going to be a entrepreneur or an intrapreneur, and you're going to be going about your business with an abundance mindset, but you're going to view it as a business owner. And the only way that things grow is because you take that accountability, and everything that happens out there is because of you. And I think it was Truman or one of the presidents had a placard on his desk that said, "The buck stops here." And you are a business owner. You are the CEO of a company of one. All of your successes, your failures, they all stop with you. And I believe that in the future, the loan officer is going to be much more into that. They're not going to be able to play the blame game anymore. And some other things that trends that I'm already seeing happening, companies are going to be relying more on you to become the CEO of your business. And how do I mean by that is, it used to be that you'd buy this enterprise thing of your CRM and you'd buy 200 seats as a company and you'd get upset because only, 75% or 75 of the people would even use it. What you're seeing a trend today is companies are willing maybe to pay a little bit more to provide you some additional autonomy, but you then are now responsible, right? The buck stops there. You're more responsible for your own tech stack. You're more responsible for your own marketing. You're taking the ownership on of running that business day to day, and you are the CEO of your business. We saw this happen in the real estate world, and I believe that trend is going to continue here in mortgages. And the last thing, just if you're embodying these traits, you're going to not be a loan officer. You're going to be a trusted advisor. You're going to be in front of people. You're going to be there where they're at, and you're going to be generating business based on your activities. And you're going to have a portable business, right? The name on the back of the jersey will be maybe more important, but at least have equal billing with the name of the company on the front. And you're going to be in charge of your own business. And with all the tech and all those things that are coming, certain people will emerge to the top. There does not need to be as many loan officers with all of the tech. So I think that there's going to be a few less loan officers. So all that being said, kind of where like, okay, John, that's great. You just told me a whole bunch of stuff, but where does that leave me? So what I've kind of found is that a lot of loan officers at this point are frustrated, overwhelmed. There's literally thousands of things that you could do every single day, but yet you don't really know what to do. People want a little bit of certainty. And what I've kind of found is there's just a lot of people out there that feel like they're drowning. So I'm going to try and kind of tighten this up, bring it all in and give you a few things. But when people feel like they're drowning, everybody's a lifeguard. And you've got all these things. You see it every day. You're bombarded, right? AI, everything, 10x your business. Just change jobs. If you're a broker, become this, do that. Google AdWords, make a viral video, do all these kind of things. It's not necessary. I think that sometimes we make it way too complex. It doesn't have to be that hard, because after all those conversations with all of those people, 27 years in the business, what I found, well, people are still drowning, but people are still drowning. What I found is this, is that every single business, yours included, has a key constraint. So where do I start? You start with your biggest constraint inside of your business. Now, I don't know exactly what that is. I'm happy to get on a call with you and discuss it, but every business has a key constraint, a one thing that if I was to go out and fix that one thing, all other things would get easier. What I found after all those conversations is these are the areas that most mortgage bankers, brokers, people struggle with. They're struggling, number one, first and foremost, with leads. They don't have enough eyeballs on their stuff. So that's problem number one that they have, followed very closely by a number two. And that's right. Can you see my mouse? Yeah. Follow-ups and activating your close client database, getting referrals are a very close number two. So what do we do about that? Well, if I go to the leads world, I want to share something with you that's called, and hopefully this is a concept that you can take away, that's called the larger market formula. And what this essentially states is that in any given market at any given time, if you had 100 people, there's roughly 3% of them that are ready to buy. You've got 17%, that's the top way up here. They're ready to buy now. This is a person that can lock in. They're ready to go. They want to do business in, let's say, in the next 0 to 30 days. The next bucket down that you have is you have people that are in an information gathering phase, where this might be they've filled out a lead on Lending Tree. They've went out, they've inquired, they've done something to raise their hand to say, hey, I'm actively trying to get stuff. Maybe they're out on Bankrate. As you drop down, so that's 20% of the world. And if you think about this, when you post online, apply now, who are you after? You're only after that very top 3% of this. You've got another 20% that says here is problem aware. I like to call them, this is the just browsing folks. These are the folks that are just poking around. They're not necessarily looking at doing something. They maybe plan on buying another house at some point, but they're just kind of poking around. So they're aware that something else exists. And then you've got the bottom 60% of the people that are out there. If you bought a billboard, 60% of the people that drive by would have no idea. They're not even problem aware. They're not active. They're not looking. They don't even think of a thing. So what you have here is we as a mortgage industry spend a lot of time marketing here. Apply now. Fill out my apply now link. And it's very intrusive and people don't want to do it. They don't want to apply now. They're not ready yet. So most of the messaging that we're throwing out to the world falls on deaf ears. So here's what my suggestion is. Flip that sucker upside down and start with your messaging. Maybe not all of it. You still need to have an apply now thing out there, but apply the larger market formula to all things that you do. Start speaking to people higher up in the funnel. This is how you can go from having a coffee on a Saturday morning to scrolling through Instagram. You can see something about feet. You're like, oh, I have feet. That your toes are being smashed from 50 years of your shoes being ill-fitting, and then it's going to mess up your ability to walk. You now are aware you have a problem. You went out, you looked at a couple other things. Next thing you know, you just bought some toe spreaders. They walked you all the way through the funnel. I wasn't concerned about price or anything like that. So you've got to walk your clients through that exact same journey. And there are some people that are putting a tremendous amount of effort into this. Think of where Zillow's trying to go. Way at the top of the funnel. They're talking about people renting. The Zillow has estimates, all kinds of things. Think about Rocket Money, getting kids right out of high school not even thinking about purchasing a home, generating leads on the bottom side. They become that trusted advisor. They've walked people through. Everyone will be employing this, where you're going to have stuff starting at a larger market formula. Now, how do you do that? How do I acquire the skills to be able to do that? This little guy here has got a couple of things, but this is the theory of leverage. And how do I apply leverage to my business? Well, it's pretty simple. I've got force, right? Or effort. The lever, the longer my lever is, the more I can lift. And I've got a fulcrum there. And as I move to this, now this is definitely not AI generated. Here's where most of us are at today. Effort is you alone. How much weight can you pick up? Like, right, a grown man can, on average can bench 185 pounds. That's the max effort you can put out. You've got skills. The more skills we have, right? If I understand marketing, if I understand sales, if I understand the internet, if I do all these things, I can get a longer lever. The longer the lever, if you think of this rock as your income, the longer the lever I have, the more income, the more weight I can pick up. And effort alone doesn't really get you anywhere. Skills alone don't. You've got to combine them. You've got to put your effort with your skills. And that's where you start to get a return. And as I move here, when I start to add systems to my business, the systems become the fulcrum. This gives me scale. So now you can see I'm still the same guy. I've created a lot of systems. I've got a larger fulcrum. And I can live more. And then when you get really fancy, you can apply scale, which means I can take my systems that I've put in place and I can add additional people. I can add additional resources. I'm no longer constrained by what I can do as an individual or my time. I now can begin to get scale or leverage, and all kinds of things can do this. And your business can get scale too. You just have to you need to do the effort. You have to have the skills and put in the systems. I want to walk you through really quickly an OPA framework. I know I'm going kind of over on time, but what an OPA framework is something that I would suggest to you to do as you kind of look at how do I go about doing this. And it's a framework of mapping out things with an outcome, a very clear outcome, where you're trying to go, the purpose, why does it matter, and then having unique action steps to get you there and having them be detailed, broken down, exactly what you need to do, and then hold yourself accountable to the action steps. You can do this a variety of ways. You can have things that you need to start, stop, and continue. Make sure that they're measurable, what resources are needed, accountability components. And lastly, make sure that if you use some kind of framework like this, that you have deadlines in place. Talked about this before quickly. You are the CEO of You Inc. A couple of things on here. Change is inevitable. Growth is not. The less reliant that you are as an individual on anything, anyone, any circumstance, the more ultimate freedom you have. And as you move forward in your career, you've got one or two things that you get to go to bed with every night. You've either got results or excuses. There is nothing in between, and they all fall on you. And you are the CEO of your 1,440 minutes every single day. I'm going to skip that. So what I've got for you here, if any of this resonated with you and you didn't think it sucked, you can snapshot this right here. This takes you to a free group where I post all the time, day in, day out. You can get in here and receive little tidbits similar to this. And they might be a sales thing. It could be a social media thing. It could be a variety of different things. But I'm posting there almost every single day. If you took the time to be here on a Tuesday morning, you can scan this QR code. You can come in there for free. You can start getting that information. So I'll leave this up here for a minute, but only a minute. And I've got one other slide that I can show to you. I'm going to go to this one. So if you didn't do the last one, you just want a digital business card, you want to know who I am, I'm all over the place. Primarily, my kind of jam is on LinkedIn. I've got quite a few people out there, but I'm across all social media. You can connect with me here. You can book a time. If any of this resonates, I like to see people grow. One of my great passions is to be able to help people. And at this point over my career, like I said, I've literally helped thousands of loan officers. And some of the best things that I get, I just received an email from somebody that was a client of mine that a year ago this time, their wife was giving them ultimatums as to whether or not they could stay in business. And they sent me a thing of their, balance sheet at the end of this year. And just to thank you that, they've got made over $250,000. They did fantastic. And they just said, I would never have been here without you. And that's kind of what drives me. And so digital business card, join my group. Mitchell.
Awesome, man. You were on the dot, 9:40. So you were perfect timing there.
Yeah, I had to throw out 2 slides, but
no, you did good, man. Well, I really appreciate you joining us today and sharing. And I encourage everybody to go out and find John on LinkedIn. And I'm putting my efforts more into LinkedIn here in the next month as well. So, I found it that there's a lot to do on LinkedIn. There's a lot of results you can get, no matter what you're doing there. So I'm all in. I'm getting on LinkedIn, and I'm going to start, putting out more information and more stuff there too.
Well, you have to, us as salespeople, and we're all in sales, doesn't matter, right? You're selling a 4-year-old to put their socks on. We are all in sales. And if you want to sell anything and communicate with people, you've got to go where they're at. I can't scream at my 4-year-old from upstairs to put their socks on. I've got to get down there and, look them in the eye and say, time to get your socks on.
Absolutely. So
you've got to go out, find your people where they're at.
Awesome. Love it, man. Love the cow in the background too.
That's Martin. There's a story behind Martin. You're out there in Idaho. You've got a farm, so you get it.
Yep.
Cows are cool.
Yeah,
hey, well, I appreciate.
We always have Highland cows, so
yeah, those are the cute ones.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for letting me participate, and good luck today.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, John.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's bring in our first sponsor and my good friend, Tyler Hancock. Welcome to the show, buddy. You're on mute, just so you know. You're on mute, bud. There you go. Oh, I still can't hear you. No. Minor technical difficulties. We're going to bring Tyler back here. Give us a second.
I'm going to add my background back in here. Can you hear me?
Go. You might have to exit completely out and then come back in.
All right.
Yeah, Sandra, we are live until 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I'm going to get Tyler back in here. Give me 1 second.
Can you hear me?
There he is. Woo! We got you. Welcome to the show, my friend.
Thank you. I don't know what was going on there. I apologize about that.
Yeah, no problem. It's not alive without some kind of technical difficulties. You got to start off early, so it's done and over with now.
That's very true. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. I just want to give everybody a little bit about myself and our company over here at Hancock Processing. We've been open for a little over 2 years now. So 2 years in November. So 2 years and almost a full 2 months now that we've been in business. We are 96 loans from closing loan number 5,000 as a company. So we've grown as tremendously well as we could, a lot faster and bigger than I ever thought we would actually get. I thought we would only have maybe 15, 20 processors, but we've grown a lot bigger and a lot faster. We work with over 200 different mortgage brokers. And for those of you that don't know about our company, one thing that's actually helped us grow so much is that we actually help mortgage brokers save time, save a lot of stuff off their plate, and save a lot of money, actually. So one very big thing that we do for mortgage companies is we bring over their processor so that they can come and work with us, and we pay them instead. But those processors are still dedicated to their team over there, whichever mortgage company they're going to. So if you're a mortgage company and you are seeing how the interest rates are going and business is slowing down, and instead of laying off your processors or moving them out the door or worrying about if you're feeding them enough, you can always send them our way. We will hire them, we will pay them for you, and from there we will help train them, coach them. We will help bring in more processors if you ever need more. If your processors are not getting enough loans, we will give them more loans to process. That way you don't need to worry if they're making enough money. It also gets rid of the whole W-2 atmosphere that you're in right now with worrying about, paying a W-2, the W-9s, and all that other stuff that comes with it, payroll taxes and all that. So once again, we take the processors from the mortgage company. They stay dedicated to that mortgage company unless you would like us to give them more loans if times are going slow. But we do pay them for you, so that way you're actually saving a ton of money on your side as the mortgage company. If you're not sending over your processors, or whether you are or not, we do offer 3 different packages as a company of processing options, because we know all loan officers work their own specific ways. So we try to accommodate to whichever way that you work. And so we adapt to that way. So our package A is initial disclosures through funding and the audit. So the normal purchase contract comes in, we'll import that loan to the lender from LendingPad or Arrive or whichever LOS portal you have, and we will import that loan, send you a copy of the loan estimate before we disclose it, we order title, HY, appraisal, get it submitted to underwriting, and work it through funding and do the audit at the end. So that's disclosures through disbursement. That is our 1095 package, option A. The fee does go on the loan estimate, so it's in section B. It is paid by the client, just like a credit report fee, appraisal fee, or anything like that. So it doesn't come out of your pocket. Package B, so if you like to have a little more control and go ahead and disclose your own loans, we offer submission through funding. That's our package B. It's only $895. It is $200 less because we're not disclosing. We only charge based on where we take over. So on that one, since we take over once it's ready to get submitted to underwriting, we submit it to underwriting, we order appraisal, order title, do all the normal stuff, and work it all the way through funding and do the audit at the end. That one is $895. And then our most important package, and most popular one right now that's actually getting more and more popular as we're going, is our LOA package. So I know loan officers want to be out there selling. When I was a loan officer, I was out there handing candy canes door to door, knocking on doors. So I completely get it. You need to be out there selling. You need to be out there bringing in business. So our LOA package is for those loan officers that don't want to sit at their desk all day. They want to be out there selling, going to meetings, going to sponsorships like this and conferences and big meetings to network with everyone, find out the best practices. So our LOA package, the loan officer is responsible for only 4 items. It is the completed 1003, the credit report, issuing the pre-qual or reviewing our file and letting us issue the pre-qual or approving us to issue the pre-qual. And then once the contract comes in, letting us know what lender, program, and pricing to go with whichever lender we're going to. So on the LOA package, the loan officer will take the application, fill out the 1003 completely, pull credit, whether it's hard or soft, hand the loan off to us at that point. We'll contact the client, go over the 1003, double check the residence history, double check the employment history, make sure everything's absolutely correct, go over questions that we have on the credit report, go over assets, anything like that. And then once we get the income documents in, we calculate the income, get the full book back, send it to the loan officer to review, and then they let us know if they were ready to go for issue the pre-qual or not. After the pre-qual is issued, the purchase contract comes back. We take it to whichever lender you want us to go to, and then we take it all the way through funding. So like I said, that one's becoming most popular. That one is only $14.95. In that one, if it doesn't close, then nobody gets paid still. So we don't charge you anything if the loan doesn't close on that one too. But at least it takes a lot more off your plate. So if you have any questions, my email is tyler@hancockprocessing.com. Phone number is 480-427-8335, and I'll throw it in the chat. And then real quick, Mitch, I know I'm almost out of time because I sucked at the beginning about my audio, but we are piloting a new LOA services program to where it doesn't matter if the contract comes in, doesn't matter if it closes or anything, we do the LOA part only. And if the contract comes in 6 months down the road, then that's great. Or if you want to process it on your own, that's cool too. But we are offering a piloting right now of LOA only services. So if you have more questions about that, please reach out to me. It does all the beginning stuff. We do the LOA, income calculation, get the full book back, and then our job is done once the pre-qual goes out. And that way we're not, pushing on you about a purchase contract or pushing on the client. So please email me if you have any questions on that.
Awesome, man. Once again, I really appreciate you joining us and sponsoring the event. It wouldn't be the same without you, man. So everybody go out and support Hancock Processing, doing amazing things and growing quickly. So he's doing it right over there. So appreciate you a lot, Tyler.
Yeah, same to you, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
All right, everybody. Let's welcome our next speaker, Michelle. Hey, Michelle, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. So
good.
Give me 1 second here. Is anyone else having issues with the microphone hearing it? Can you hear? Is it okay? Sound okay to you, Michelle?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Okay.
At least I hear you fine.
Okay. I got kind of like
I did hear a little bit of an echo on Tyler, but it seemed like it went away later on.
Okay. Looks like everybody said it's all good. So, all right. Well, I'm going to welcome you to the show. I appreciate you joining us and sharing with us today. I know you have been a large part of our community, especially in the last year or two, really a lot of growth. And I see you all over LinkedIn and Facebook. And I know you've done this with us, in the past. So I'm excited to have you back and have you sharing with our audience. So I'm going to just get out of the way. Do you have slides you're going to share?
I do. I'm going to see if I can get my present screen here going.
Okay. And then I'll add them in and then I'll just get out of your way.
Share. Let's see if that works. Let me know if you can see that.
Yep, it's up.
Awesome. Okay, let's go into present mode. Cool. Still good. Everybody can see that okay? Awesome. Oh, Jay says no. Hopefully you can see it, Jay. Well, those of you guys who are unfamiliar with me, my name is Michelle Berman-Michael. I have been working exclusively with the mortgage and real estate space since 2019. So I've been doing this for a while as far as what you are going to learn today, but I've actually been in business since 2014. So I've been doing what I do for a long time. And as far as the mortgage space specifically, I really fell in love with this later on. And am I financed with Edge Home Finance? I don't know if you're talking to me, Major, or if that was for Tyler. But what we're going to talk about today specifically is the power of your handshake. So I've had the pleasure of learning about this for myself over the past many years. And it's made such an impact that I also have completely transformed how I produce content, what I show up saying. And honestly, it's changed everything. It's changed how I prospect. It's changed how I've been able to ultimately convert business through the social platforms. And so really it comes down to how good are you at being able to tell your story, right? Tell the world what it is that you do for a living. So in the chat box, I want to start off by doing this by show of hands or comments in this case. How many of you guys have ever had something happen to you or have had a life experience where in that moment, like in that specific moment as it's happening, you're really not sure why it's happening? And you might also not even know what it's supposed to be teaching you, or is there a lesson in this at all? So again, question is, have you ever had something happen to you or had a life experience where in the moment you're not sure why it's happening or what it's supposed to teach you, only for then years to go by and all of a sudden it seems like overnight you wake up at 3 a.m. and you're like, holy crap, I get it now. Has that happened to anybody? So let me know in the chat if you're watching, whether you're on LinkedIn, Facebook, or wherever you're tuning in. Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever had a moment where you're unsure why in the moment something's happening? Can be personal or professional, but only for many years later, you wake up and you all of a sudden understand why said thing happened. I know for me, I've had that moment. And for me, it was really the moment that I unlocked my biggest, most life-changing feeling, and also unlocked the biggest thing that I was able to then incorporate into how I built my company. So what I do for a living specifically, and my ability to answer that question has changed everything, right? All my success, I have been able to boil down to my ability to answer that question in a much more powerful way. And then being able to, which we're going to talk about reverse engineering, but being able to reverse engineer the outcome so that I can ultimately recreate it, right? So for those of you guys, as I mentioned, who are not familiar with me, I'm going to share with you what my superpower is while I switch slides here. And you guys can connect with me on social. That is the QR code that will take you directly to my Instagram account. That is also right in the center of the screen where it says Bourbon Media Social. That'll also take you directly to my account if you want to look it up that way. Whatever is easier for you, depending on how you're tuning in. But I always like to do this first because my favorite thing is afterwards being able to connect with people who I don't already know, or people who I do know that are tuning in and getting a new outlook on what I do. So my superpower before we jump into this is I really teach mortgage and real estate professionals how to understand the power of leverage. So leverage is truly my favorite word in the English dictionary. Your ability to create it through social is directly correlated to your success. So I teach mortgage professionals specifically how to understand the power of leverage to create opportunity for themselves through the social platforms. Now, I love Instagram. Instagram is definitely my favorite platform or platform of choice, if you will. But I use LinkedIn, I use Facebook, I use the big three, if you would, as far as how I prospect. So what I do is I teach you guys how to use leverage to create the opportunity, and how that's done is through the art of active prospecting. So if you're not familiar with the term active prospecting, we'll start there quickly. But active prospecting is you are actively reaching out or intentionally reaching out to someone every single day that you do not know. So you are going on to the social platforms, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and you are intentionally sending a message to someone that you do not know and hoping to be able to create a bridge between someone that you do know and someone that you don't, right? That's leverage. And that is how we actively prospect in order to create it. So all of that is tied in hand, and what we do with it is really important, right? So have you thought about your handshake lately? And when someone asks you, what do you do for a living? How do you answer it? So are you more of the same as everyone else? I'm a loan officer who X, right? I'm a loan officer who helps people establish wealth in buying real estate. I help people realize the dream of homeownership. Like, how do you answer that question? So ask yourself that when you shake someone's hand, what do you say? Right. And that's really, really impactful. And I actually want you guys, the first homework assignment today, specifically from my training or my time with you guys, is write that down. So right now, if you were to look at your spouse, look at a business partner, write it down to yourself, like even audibly say it out loud, which, if I may take a pause there, the way you answer that written versus out loud is different. And I say that with experience, right? So if I'm sitting here right now talking to myself in my room, I'm not on here and I'm just sitting in my office and I think out loud, Michelle, what do you do for a living? If I were to take a pen and write down the answer to that question, it would sound different than if I left the pen down and just said it audibly, right? If I'm just talking out loud to myself, Michelle, what do you do for a living? How I articulate it out loud is very different than if I were to write it. So it's important. And I want you guys, when you're doing this, to do the exercise audibly, right? So yes, you're going to write it down, but I want you to write something down and then say it out loud, because you'll notice there's a difference between how you would say it out loud versus how you hand wrote it. And any of my clients, all my clients for that matter, in our private coaching sessions, I will make them audibly talk through things. So if they create a video script, if we're working on their handshake, if we're working on the script for one of their value series videos, which I'm going to describe to you guys a little bit about today, They have to read it out loud, because how you sound out loud is different than if you were to write it, right? So here's another thing with that, or a second caveat to it. If you guys go to ChatGPT and you get a video script for something, do not take that at face value. You can't, right? Because the way that ChatGPT will write a video script is not how you should say it out loud. Do this yourself and practice, and you'll know exactly what I mean when you do it. It is dramatically different. So just something to keep in mind. So again, your first assignment here is write down, what would you say if someone shakes your hand and says, hey, Michelle, what do you do for a living? Or, hey, Mitch, or hey, Tyler, or who major, or hey, Darwin, what would you say if I shook your hand right now and said, hey, what do you do for a living? Write it down. And we're going to talk about this and a little bit of a before and after here momentarily, but your handshake shapes your content, right? So your true differentiator is your ability to answer this question of what do you do so well that you can then turn it around and create an entire platform that reflects exactly that. So the content becomes the foundation of how you create content. The answer to the question becomes the foundation of how you create your content. Because if you just say, I help establish wealth in buying real estate, or I help my real estate partners do more deals by simplifying the financials for their clients, right? You're being a little bit generic, right? So you and 1,000 other loan officers that I know, right? Mitch probably didn't realize he said that, but he's like, I'm all over LinkedIn and I'm all over Facebook, and Instagram. But of course I am, right? That's where my people are. That's where the people I want to serve are. But just because I'm everywhere doesn't mean that I'm everywhere and everybody notices, right? So in order for me to be everywhere where everyone notices, I have to have a differentiator. I have to have something that will help me stand out. And for me, again, my superpower is an incredibly unique angle at looking at social. And I don't just say that to say that. I truly mean that I don't care about how many likes you're getting. I don't care how many video views you're getting. I don't care how many followers you have. What I do care about is, are you waking up to messages in your inbox every single day that is creating opportunity for you, or are conversations with people that you need to continue so that you can ultimately get that person on a phone call or on a Zoom meeting, or moving them to the next step of the relationship so that you can create opportunity off the platform. And that's the real differentiator. So if I get on LinkedIn and if I get on Facebook and if I get on Instagram and I'm just posting the same thing as everyone else, right? So you guys, mortgage professionals, or if you're on the real estate side, regardless, if you're posting the same thing as every other LO, as every other real estate professional, how are you standing out? You're not, right? You're just one of the thousands that I'm going to see. The best example is when the Fed cuts happened. The next morning I woke up and I honestly had to turn my Instagram notifications off, because the amount of videos I saw where every single mortgage professional that I'm connected to on social was posting was the exact same. It was almost like they had a subscription to something where everybody just got a script emailed to them and everybody just turned their phone around and got on camera and said the same thing. That's how bad it was. So are you are you creating a differentiator for yourself, or are you not? That's the real power here in your handshake and how that conversation correlates to how we produce content. So we'll talk through that a little bit more. But again, your handshake shapes your content and truly makes a huge difference between whether or not someone will consume it or not. So I want to share with you guys, this is actually my before. So when I first started building Beyond the Method, which is the name of my program and my coaching company, when I first started building it, I would attend mortgage conferences. I would attend real estate conferences, whether I was speaking or just an attendee. And because I didn't start speaking until 2022. So from 2019 to 2022, I was pounding pavement just like everybody else, right? I was going to different conferences as an attendee. I was prospecting through social and doing exactly what I'm going to be teaching you and what I do every single day, right? I was doing it to create the opportunity. So in those 3 years, I would go and people would shake my hand at these events and assume that, and that's an important word, they would assume that I was a mortgage professional or I was a real estate agent. Because if I was at Inman, for example, or if I was at, AmpCon, these big mortgage or real estate events, they just assumed that I was in the audience as a mortgage or real estate agent. Well, I'm not, right? So I do have my real estate license. And on the loan side, I always say all the time, like I could do a loan in my sleep, even though I don't have my license and I don't actively originate. I do nothing other than live in the loan space, right? Or in the mortgage space. So I could very easily pick up tomorrow and say, I'm going to be a loan officer today, because I do really love it. And I do really love the environment, the energy around it. The ability to create our own businesses is so powerful. And so I just have so much respect for the mortgage and real estate space. But I would go to these events and people would say, oh, Michelle, are you a lender? Who do you work for? And I say, no, actually. And this is what I used to say. I used to say, I own an Instagram marketing company, and I'm here attending, or I'm here learning, or I'm here, building business or breaking bread with people or networking, or whatever the statement that I would follow that with was. And what happened was, and this is quite honestly sad in my opinion, but also on the same token, it was an unlock for me. But what would happen when I answered that question from somebody in this capacity, when I said I own an Instagram marketing company, is they would stop looking at me. They would look over me. They would completely stop making eye contact. They would almost be scanning the room with their eyes, intentionally kind of avoiding looking at me directly. It was almost like I might as well have not been there, and they were trying to get out of the conversation as fast as possible. And I really felt it. I felt the way that they were acting towards me was a massive lack of respect for what I was trying to build, but it wasn't their fault, right? I wasn't doing a good job at articulating exactly what it is that I do for a living. And that's important, because it changed everything for me when I was able to adjust this and make a big difference in how I answer this question. So this is my before. Now, before we get to the after, I want you guys to, spend 20 seconds, 30 seconds if you haven't already. But this is the exercise or the homework assignment, right? So I've already kind of alluded to this, but I want you to get up or stand up figuratively in your office. If you're sitting in your office behind your computer, or you're on your phone, if you're in your office with a counterpart nearby, or just somebody, even if it's your dog. My dog is currently laying in the sun over here in my office, but stand up and pretend to answer the question of, tell me, what do you do for a living? And then write it down. Do your best to articulate what you said out loud in handwriting, so that we can talk through that as we get into the next piece of the exercise. But what I want you guys to see here is, this is, and if you're not familiar with what this is, you probably haven't spent a lot of time out in Southern California or in Florida, or really anywhere, but this is a pool, right? So this is the black line on the bottom of a pool. And for those of you guys, again, who are unfamiliar with me or haven't seen me speak somewhere else, I am a former competitive swimmer. I swam for 22 years. I swam for Rutgers. So for all my East Coast people, I have been a competitive athlete probably 90% of my life. Started swimming at the age of 4. I currently am actually training to race half marathons. So I'm in that weird middle ground where I don't run professionally yet, but it is something that I love and I'm doing a lot of. And my husband also runs road marathons and is really trying to qualify for Boston, hopefully next year. He's on the cusp of the 35-year-old age group, where like when you turn 35, it gets a little easier, but only by like 5 minutes. So really not that much easier, but we're actively seeking running sponsorships for both him and I, which is fun. But I'm a former competitive swimmer. I also CrossFitted for 7 years at a very high level, competed at regionals, close to qualifying for the games. One year we were one position away, which was kind of heartbreaking if I'm being honest. But long story short, I spent a lot of time in a pool over the course of my life. Swimming was certainly my favorite of all of the sports that I've done semi-professionally. And for me, the thing about this is I swam the mile. So with that, the mile is the longest event in the program or in the swimming program. So if you go to a meet over the weekend with your kids, if your kids swim in college, if you have a male or a boy or a girl, it doesn't matter. The mile is the longest event. You can't swim anything longer than that. So with that, what that means for me is I was the first person in practice and I was the last person out every single time, every single practice. It didn't matter. The sprinters would come in, they'd get in after us and they'd get out before us. And it was kind of one of those like, you swim the 50 freestyle and I swim the freaking mile, right? Like major difference in what we were training for. But what I realized in a short course pool, this is 66 laps, which is a lot of laps, but basically it's 16 100s, right? So 16 100s total, 100 in a short course pool is 4 laps per 100. So that's where you get your 64 from. And then you add 2 on the back end for the 50 part, which is down and back. So 66 laps in a short course pool is a really long time. It took about 17 minutes ish, depending on how I was doing that day. But what I discovered in how I raced this race over close to 20 years was I actually swam it backwards. So, and I really want you guys to stay with me here because there's a very important point on this, but I actually raced the mile backwards. So what I did was I counted down from 16 100s to 0. So I would go 16 100s, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. I'd get to 9. And all of a sudden it was almost like I had a second gear. It was like when I crossed that precipice, now I'm in the single digits. I found a second gear. And it was always kind of the running joke in my family that I always back half the mile. And if I didn't, something was really wrong, right? Meaning I swam the second half of the mile faster than I swam the first. So if I didn't have that sort of next gear that I was able to go into, something was wrong, something was missing. And what I discovered my aha moment to be many years later, right, even just within the last 6 months, was, oh my gosh, it's crazy that I swam the mile that way. And I discovered what my primary skill is, right? And I want you guys to write the phrase primary skill down because it's going to be super relevant to what we talk about here. But I discovered what my primary skill was and is currently still today, based off of my experience of swimming in that pool, staring at that black line for 22 years. And fast forward to now, today, running the company that I run. And that primary skill, once I discovered it, again, unlocked everything into how I shook someone's hand. So what is my primary skill? For me personally, and is my ability to reverse engineer success, right? So success, what does that mean? Every person's going to kind of define that a little bit differently for themselves. It might be monetary. It might be a specific number of touch points, a specific number of loans. It might be success means that you balanced your time well. You made time for family, you made time for work, you had your prospecting time, meaning like you did a good job, you were successful for your week because you stayed on task or you stayed true to your calendar, right? Which is not the easiest thing to do. But I discovered my primary skill, and it wasn't until I realized, hey, how did I build Beyond the Method right now today, which is again the name of my program, but how did I build that, right? Fast forward to swimming 22 years into how did I build Beyond the Method? And I was like, oh my gosh, light bulb. I reverse engineered how I managed to land new relationships, and how I managed to land new relationships. I reverse engineered and I turned into a giant program. And it was almost like a, oh my gosh, and I hope I can say this out loud, but it was almost like an oh shit moment at 3 o'clock in the morning where I was like, I totally get it now. That's my thing. That's my skill. Right. So Beyond the Method, my goal is to teach mortgage professionals how to create opportunity off the social platforms, right? Meaning, how do they get business off of Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn? How do they land meetings or appointments or opportunities to talk to someone that they otherwise wouldn't have? How do they walk into a room of a bunch of agents and those agents say, hey, you know, so-and-so, I saw your video on Instagram. That was awesome, right? How do we get that to happen? And I reverse engineered it. So if that's the goal, I reverse engineered the steps all the way back to the letter A. So if Z is the end game goal of I'm creating opportunity off of Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, it's just socials in general. Letter A is the first thing we have to do to get us to letter Z. So that's where I realized, and I had that, oh my gosh, I now get how I did all of this. So I leaned into my primary skill and I transitioned how I answer that question. When someone says, Michelle, what do you do for a living? I was able to transition it into my content and how I did everything, how I shook someone's hand, how I answered the question of what do you do for a living, how I articulated something to a new person that I'm getting on Zoom with that has never met me before, right? Yesterday, I met with the CEO of a company. If you would have asked me 2 years ago if I would have ever been sitting on Zoom with this gentleman, I would have laughed at you, right? But truly, it's like putting the reps in and creating bridges between people you don't know and someone you do know and someone you don't know, just every day, right? Creating the bridge. And eventually you wake up and you're like, how did I get here? And that's really what this whole process is of, for me, reverse engineering. Now, how does this relate to all of you guys? So what is your primary skill? So that's what I've been talking about with you guys here as far as mine, being able to reverse engineer processes, right? So if I know I want to finish swimming the mile in under 17 minutes, I had to reverse engineer that to lap number 1. And what did lap number 1 need to look like? What did lap number 10 need to look like? 15, 20, 40, right? So on and so forth. And my best 1,000, right? My best 1,000 meter freestyle or 1,000 yard freestyle was actually in my mile, like during the mile itself, right? There was no difference between my 1,000 meter race, which there was a race that was just 1,000, and my mile. My 1,000 PR was actually during the mile because of my ability to do this. So how it correlated, obviously, is what we're talking about here into how I run my company and how I built Beyond the Method. But here is an example of a loan officer that I work with right now. He is based out of Houston, Texas. He's been a client of mine now for about 6 months. Super, super intuitive, incredibly intelligent human, but somebody who came to me with a real struggle of, I've only been doing loans for a year, but I came out of the oil and gas industry. And I remember this conversation like it was yesterday with him. His name is Jimmy for context, but I'm having this conversation with Jimmy and I'm like, Jimmy, what do you do? Tell me where you came from. So if you've only been in the mortgage space for a year, where did you come out of? And he's like, well, I was in oil and gas for 25 plus years. I actually started off, the low of the low, blue collar, working at, getting to work at 4 a.m. and going home at 6 p.m. That was kind of my day type deal. To at the end of his 25 plus years, he was actually running and managing the projects of some of the biggest oil and gas companies and projects across the whole world, right? He was traveling internationally once a month at least. He was everywhere, right? And he really ultimately built these companies from the ground up, which is crazy if you think about what he was able to learn skill-wise from day one in the oil and gas industry to the day that he decided, I'm retiring and I'm moving on. And when he transitioned into becoming a loan officer, he's like, well, Michelle, I don't have any transactions under my belt yet, so I don't really know how to do some of these homework assignments that you want me to do. And I was like, whoa, Jimmy, like you came from an industry that you did for 25 years. Do you think you had a skill set that made you successful in said industry? And so we spent about 20 minutes dissecting all of that. There was probably 10 to 15 things that we wrote down about, specific skill sets that he had acquired over the length of 25 years in the industry. But the two that we decided to lean into were big picture thinking and risk management. Now, risk management means a lot of things, right? It goes into the financials. It goes into calculated adjustments or calculated steps, right? If you do this, this will happen, sort of cause and effect. So his ability to navigate risk and understand that it's going to happen. How do we move around it, or how do we work through it? Was really something that he said confidently was something that he really, really was passionate about incorporating into what he does with the mortgage space, or what he can do for his loan or real estate partners. So with that, we turned that into his handshake. So here is what you see in front of you is what his handshake now is. So if someone says, hey, Jimmy, what do you do for a living? Instead of saying, he helps homeowners understand the power of their financials to create their dream of buying a home, we really lean into this. So I'm a loan officer who specializes in big picture thinking and risk management, and I help, which is really, really important. That's a very powerful sentence, or start transition, if you will, to this sentence. I help. So you can even write that in your notes and make sure that you know how you answer or how you shake someone's hand can start with I help blank. So I help clients navigate complex financial decisions with precision and strategy by leveraging 25 plus years of experience in the oil and gas industry. So he's no longer, I'm a loan officer who helps home buyers understand the power of home ownership or help them realize their goal of home ownership. He's no longer that guy. He's no longer a loan officer that just says, I'm going to help you make sure you understand your financials so you can buy a house with confidence, right? He's not saying the same thing as everybody else. It's incredibly unique and very dialed into who he is and who he wants his audience to be. So not only does it give him more confidence in how he shakes someone's hand, but it also gives his content a direction, right? So you have the confidence now of what you say when you shake someone's hand, but it also gives you a direction in your content of how you produce content. So massively impactful for him, especially when we're going from zero to where he wants to be as far as social content, meaning he started and had nothing, So we're starting now in a direction that's very unique and specific to him. Now, this is my before, as I mentioned. So if you guys remember me saying this, I said I own an Instagram marketing company. That was my before. After discovering my primary skill, going through this entire process for myself, having my oh shit 3 a.m. moment, I came up with what you see in front of you. And now you'll hear me. I even said it today. I don't know if you guys probably didn't catch it, but maybe some of you did. But my after, I actually say without even thinking. I don't even realize I'm saying it half the time now, but I say that I help real estate and mortgage professionals understand the power of leverage to create opportunity off the Instagram platform. So that's how I shake someone's hand now at a conference. That's how I shake someone's hand when I meet somebody and I'm, having a meeting with someone in the hotel lobby of a mortgage event. And then this other person comes up and says, Michelle, you got to meet this person. And this person says, oh, well, what do you do? And this is how I answer it. And it makes a huge difference. Instead of I'm being looked over and quite literally discounted, right? Meaning they're no longer even looking at me. They're looking over me. Fun fact, I'm a whopping 5'3". So some people think that I'm a lot taller than I actually am. So imagine just I'm 5'3", so I'm not a big person. And you have people literally looking over the top of me, avoiding eye contact and not speaking to me directly. So when I transitioned and was really able to answer this a lot more confidently, it showed in how I shook someone's hand, and it changed the entire tune. I now have people that want to sit and talk to me, and people that are asking to meet up with me at different events. So it's really cool what can happen when you understand how to transition this. So I really want you guys to work through the homework assignment for yourself. And then I think we'll kind of stop there, Mitch. I don't know if that's a good stopping point time-wise for you guys, but
yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. So yeah, as far as homework assignment, I want you guys to try to answer the question now based off of the conversation we have. What is your primary skill? And find it, right? Like really dig into where did you come from? And, I talk to people in the mortgage space every single day. And some of them will say, I've been in the business for 30 years. Some of them will say, like I talked to a girl named Jessica yesterday. She's been in the business since November, like not the best time to get in the business. But she did, and she's only 26 and she's incredibly hungry, really, really wants to figure this whole doing loans thing out. But she came from a previous industry. She actually came from healthcare, which is a very unique one that I think many people can kind of relate to. But I had the same conversation with this person that's been in the industry for 30 years versus this person that's been in the industry for, 3 months. So what is your primary skill is the big takeaway, and how do you change how you shake someone's hand, knowing that it's going to directly impact and correlate to not just what you post, but how you post it, and ultimately how you articulate your message so that you do have a differentiator. I'm on LinkedIn 24/7, Instagram 24/7. Feels like Facebook's always open too, but I see the same things every single day. I see the same boilerplate templates. I see the same in-house marketing content that's copied and pasted for every loan officer that works for the company on socials. And it's not going to work. It's not going to do what you want it to do. And sorry if that ruffles any feathers, but the reality is you have to find who you are and you have to be that person confidently. So, and it all starts with your primary skill and how you shake someone's hand. So Mitch, I'll hand it back over to you.
Awesome. Well, here's what I came up with. I help loan officers grow their business and gain financial freedom by leveraging my massive database of industry leaders in the mortgage space.
I think it could use some work, because
It
how
needs some tweaking.
Yeah. So you're saying what you do, but you're not saying how, right? Other than leveraging your database. So I would honestly put the leveraging the database part earlier on, right?
Okay.
So I teach loan officers how to leverage their database, or I help loan officers grow their business by showing them how I can help them leverage their database, something like that, where it's more about, hey, I can solve this problem for you, right? So if leveraging their database so that they can generate more loans is their goal, reverse engineer that to what do you do to help them actually leverage their database? Like specifically, what are you doing?
Awesome.
And it makes a big difference.
Love it. Well, Michelle, again, I appreciate you joining us and sharing with us today. Please go out and follow Michelle on social. She's a good follow on all social media. So please go check her out. And thanks again, Michelle.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Yes. Have a great day. All right, we're going to bring on our next sponsor here. Kyle, you are on mute, just so you're aware. Welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you joining us and supporting the event. And basically, I'll just give you a few minutes here to tell us about you and what you do and how you can help our audience.
Sounds great. How do I share a PDF that I have?
Just if you go to present down there at the bottom,
right,
and then it should allow you to select what you want to present, and then I'll throw that on the screen.
Okay, let's see here. I should have done a test run on this first.
Yeah, that's all right.
Slide and PDF. I have no slides. Oh, good golly. Is it possible just for me to share a screen?
Yeah, you can do that. Just hit present and share screen.
All right, share screen. And let's share. I'm going to share my entire screen here just because I'm going to do a couple other things. Wait, is that working?
Yep, there you go. It's on.
Awesome. So many different ways. It's my first time using this software, so I appreciate it. It's actually really powerful stuff.
Yeah, I really like it. And they're doing a lot of new things with StreamYard, so I'm really getting into it. But yeah, I'll step out of the way. You got a couple minutes to run through and tell us all about Loomis, and go ahead.
Awesome. I'll make this quick. Talk a little bit about myself first. First thing is I'm a mortgage broker. I'm with Edge Home Finance. I love doing loans. I absolutely love doing loans. The problem is just loving doing loans isn't enough. And I realized that as 2023, 2024 went on. So I realized I needed some marketing, but I don't like marketing. I don't understand it. I'm not good at any of the tools. I don't understand Canva, Elementor. And to be honest, I don't have the time to take away from my core competencies to learn and do those. And I also realize that if I do create content and it's not properly optimized, no one's going to see it anyway. You know, they're not going to see any of your personal posts or anything like that. So I partnered with this company called Lumos, and we developed a marketing system to help loan officers and realtors and folks that own short-term rentals. But this particular is the Lumos for brokers. The whole broker marketing, it's unlock your business potential. The whole thing about boosting sales and brand awareness, get your brand out there. You know, like McDonald's. McDonald's is not good food, but it's the most popular because people understand the brand. Kids can identify brands. They can identify McDonald's. They can still identify Marlboro. So how do we get our brand to that level? Well, a quick overview, you know, there's some key challenges like starting out, you have stalled growth, scaling operations. You just kind of get to that point where you're doing all you can do with your realtor meets, your referral partner meets, your BNI groups and everything like that. So you need some comprehensive marketing support, something that will put you out as a leader in your area and getting started to customize your own brokerage. You know, there are 1,000 mortgage brokers out there or more. They all have their own niche, but how do they reach their folks? You follow people on Instagram, you'll see some folks are creating their own content, but they're really only seeing it if you follow them or follow something similar. And then where do you go from there? So you have some marketing. Do you have your brand? Do you have your website created? I'll show you my website here in a minute. How well is it managed? Is it optimized? Is it constantly getting new evergreen content, things like new blogs, new articles, everything. So if something happens and you want to post about it, you can just quick create a blog and it'll pop it to your website. You know, you don't necessarily have to post on all your social medias because it'll be found. You know, and that's part of the whole SEO, GMB data insights, and some of the automations. The other nice thing is the advertising support. They run it through compliance teams. We're the only group that actually has a compliance department to run all ads and posts through that. So it's you can always trust what's being put out and that your website's taken care of. much of the same. When you look at website creation and management, you were talking about a 5 to 7 page website, and that's starting at $3K. That number's a little bit, I can go down from that for people that are on this webinar. And then the maintenance for $99 a month. What that is if you want to make any little changes to your website, you want to add a page, or you want to move something around, or do some edits, or you come up with something really cool, or a new photo or something like that, you can keep submitting small changes to them, and they'll drop it in right away. It's really nice. And that also includes hosting. We do have several website and funnels and everything pre-created using AI. And again, I'm kind of going over this fast because I only have a few minutes. I want to show you the website. But yeah, it's compliant and all that. So then we also have managed services. These are some of the individual services, or you can do it all at once. Like managed services you can use for SEO optimization, advertising, social media, where it makes it so there's all the cross-linking, where when you post something somewhere, all of it gets drawn to you and connected to your funnels. I'll be honest, I don't understand how most of this works. That's why I partnered with an expert. She was supposed to be on with me, but she's not feeling the greatest today. So I'm winging it a little bit, and some testimonials. So if you want to book a call, I'll put my website and my phone number in the chat, or you can call that phone number right there. That'll go straight to one of our folks, probably Sarah. She's our intake person. But enough of the sales pitch. I'd like to show you the actual example of a website, because that's really where it all matters here. How's that? Everybody see that?
Yep.
Cool. Running a little bit low on time, but this is an example of one of the website templates. I'm in Minnesota, so it's customized to Minnesota. We got our Split Rock Lighthouse right there. Has all sorts of things, and these reviews will auto-populate. So when you get a new review, it gets added to this already. You have all of these different things. Like this is a full 7-pager where it will go and dig real deep in everything. Okay. This is just an example that we put out. And again, I've had tremendous success. And through this, with only like a $300 a month, I think, ad spend on Google, I'm getting 10 to 15 leads a month through Google. I think there's also some on Instagram and others. And here's the blogs and the articles that'll auto-populate. So when you send one into the company, it will automatically be added to your website. And then these are some like your personal resources and things of that nature, and you're compliant. So this is known as the junk drawer of a website. And this group also partnered with a company called Investor Gnome, which is, and this is all going to be integrated very soon, where this is a investment calculation software for realtors, some first-time home buyers, and property managers, where it's all going to help everybody combine and maybe take on some of the big boys, diversify a little bit, and be another tool that you can use for your realtor partners. The idea is this website is designed to be a one-stop shop. It's a living tool, because anybody can have like these little one-page splash pages, but this has all the funnels and everything all set up. So yeah, just a quick overview. I'd be happy to talk with anybody. I'll put my phone number and my website and my contact information in the chat. And yeah, appreciate your time.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you. Make sure you drop your info in there, because as a supporter, we like to encourage all of our viewers to at least go check it out and see what Kyle has to offer and see how it can help you. And I really appreciate you helping us support the event. All right, I'm going to bring on our next speaker. This is our keynote speaker, Chris Vinson. Give me 1 second. Chris, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
I got the sun in my, looks like I'm a dang angel, and I'm not an angel, but I got the head on. I'm trying to get myself out of it.
Yeah, you got that.
I'm gonna have to find the spot. I think it's right here.
Yep, you're almost there. I see it. There you go. Well, man, welcome. I appreciate you joining us as always. You are an outstanding leader in this industry, and I'm always thrilled to get to sit down and chat with you. And excited to hear what you got to say.
Cool. I got a hard stop at 11, so we're gonna whip this out, and I'll put you right back on time. Is that good?
Sounds good to me.
Well, guys, welcome to 2025. I think there's a couple things I really want to drive home to you today as you're listening to this. And maybe I'm going to sound a little bit different than what you've heard. Like a lot of my customers right now, we're talking about mindset, we're talking about goals, we're talking about planning, we're talking about all this stuff. And yet, really, truly, let's be honest, you know what to do. You know that you need to do these things with my database. We know you need to do these things with realtor relationships, like you know. And yet, I want to give you something a little bit different. I want to say that mindset is a little bit BS. Like, have you ever went to a concert or worked all day and you're like, oh my gosh, it flew by? Or you listen to a speaker and it was like, oh my, that was an hour. And literally the time felt way different. That's called engagement. And the one thing that's happening is you're not overthinking. You know, you've probably already heard the stat. This a little over 42,000 originators left in our business that are doing over $6 million in business. That's it. Like seizing the opportunity. And yet, the one thing that's holding us back, are you ready? You're overthinking. Like, I think we overthink and we get into the spot and then we get to it and we're actually knowing we're supposed to do these things and yet we don't. And so today I want you to think about, am I overthinking? Am I overthinking all of these things and I'm not doing? Now, I think that there's a valid point, and I just had an AELO retreat and I had an amazing Josh Sigmund in, and I thought Josh killed it. But the one thing that it really made me think about is that the why. Like if you're making $250,000 and you set this new goal to 300 or 3.25, it's probably not enough to make really a true big difference. And to do these extra things to get to that spot, you probably wouldn't do it unless you had a why. Like, and I think whys change, and you think about, well, it's financial freedom. Someday I want to retire and this is what I want. And I don't want to be able to have to like change my lifestyle when I retire. So that could be the why. You could be, I have kids and I want them to be able to have a college education and come out debt free. That could be a why. You know, there was a point in time in my life where I was absolutely broke. And my why was survival. That could be your why. But like finding out that why, I think is crucial. Number 2 is not overthinking it. Just doing the work. That's why calendars work so well. And I've like say it over and over and over and over again. How good is your calendar? Like I tell you this, if my calendar's not dialed and I'm not perfectly running that calendar, I'm no good. But if I got that calendar and I follow that calendar, I can kill it. And by the way, there's nothing better than killing it in the day and then going home and being there for your family. I promise you'll be the best you've ever been. But just like getting through the day, knowing you needed to do some things and then you didn't do things and you go home, it's kind of a crappy feeling. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about my mindset. Where is it at? Are you distracted? Like, if I'm honest with you, I see squirrels too. I see a lot of squirrels. And I'm thinking the only way that I can stay focused and not see squirrels is A, I can't overthink it. And B, I got to follow the play. I got to follow my calendar and I got to do the work. So let's get into the theme word of the year. I keep getting asked over and over and over, what's your theme word? What's your theme word? And I want to give it to you. And it's actually not a word, it's a number. So I want you to write this down, 212. You know, there's something magically that happens to water at 212 versus 211 and versus 210. Like 211, the water will boil. And at 212, it will create steam. It will never create steam at 211 or 210. It has to get to 212. If you're thinking about that, and like steam is momentum, like steam will move a train, but it would never move a train at 211. You know what's sad is that I've watched really great, talented loan officers that got out of the business or didn't have the years that they wanted with some of the regrets, and simply because they wouldn't get to 212. They overthought it. They spent more energy thinking about the uncontrollables instead of the controllables. And I don't know where you're at today, but evaluating that little spot right there, I know me, I want to be at 212. I want my team to have 212 in front of everyone. I want them to think, what are we going to do? And by the way, what word is inside STEAM? It's team. What's your team look like? What are you doing to be able to get to 212? Now, let me tell you something. We're talking about 1 degree, not a big, huge overhaul, just a little shift. Did you know that there's 4 major tournaments in golf? 4 major tournaments. And that 70% of the payoff goes to the top 3 golfers, and the rest get the 30%. Like 1 stroke difference, mostly since 1980 to present, for those scores. 1 stroke. Yet 70% of the payoff. How about the other one? The horse races. The horse races. There's the Triple Crown. 3 races. And yet, the top 3 get 400% of the payout. And there's milliseconds difference in timing between first, second, and third, and the rest. So if you're thinking about, okay, I'm going to make a shift, what would it be? You know, Thomas Edison said, and I wrote this down, most failures were not realized how close they really were before success would happen. And I feel like that may be the story for you, but that's definitely the story for a lot of originators. Like they were so close, they didn't realize how close they were, and yet they quit. Like, when do we buy stock? Do we buy stock at the highest? Or do we buy it when it has the opportunity? Like, what's so cool about this market today is we are setting the groundwork of a great market in our future. Like the next 5 years has so much opportunity if we would just get ourselves to see it, quit overthinking it, and get to 212. You know, I'm going to give you 3 things, and maybe this will hit home for you. But I want you to write this down as you're listening to this, because I have very little time with you today, and I want to get through these 3 things. Number 1, I think it takes 3 ingredients to be a great originator today. Number 1, you have to be great at sales. You know, as a young kid, I grew up in my mom and dad's business. I started selling car stereos in 4th grade. So I got good at sales at a young age because of my parents. Now there were some bumps in the road, and I got a little in trouble when I figured out what commissioned income looked like. But I got really good at sales. But my business never changed as an originator. I never got to that number and those goals that I wanted to accomplish until I accomplished the next two. So maybe you are good at sales. But number two is, are you a great business person? I'm seeing so many originators today not working on the business. They're great at sales, but they don't work on the business, and then nothing ever changes. Like, are you looking at your model, and are you looking at your business of how I can change, how I can be biffer? Here's the thing. I think you need to be looking at your P&L and being able to figure out a way to save at least 10 basis points off your cost. To me, I'm already got things in the motion. It's the 212 for me. Where am I going to find it? I found it in some credit reports. I found it in appraisal stuff. I found it in VOE costs. I'm like looking for everything. Maybe you're looking at marketing. Maybe you need to go back and go, did this work or didn't this work? What was my rate of return here? What was my rate of return on this? What was my rate of return on this relationship? I'm looking at each little thing. Like, do you understand your metrics? I think the most important metrics that you need to be looking at today as a loan officer and to be a great business person is these things: lead to app, app to approval, and approval to close. Now, look, I think many originators look at their conversion rate, which is lead to close. It's not good enough. We talk about, if we're going to be great at business, we've got to QC everything. And if you've got a team, are you QCing it? Is the experience the way you want it? Because here's what I'll tell you. There's a big difference between a 5-diamond hotel and a 5-star hotel. The thing about a 5-diamond hotel is they know what your next move is and they're already ahead of it. And a 5-star does a good job, but they're very reactive. And what gives you that better experience is the 5-diamond. Like, what if your goal for 2025 and being able to get to 212 was this? I don't want a customer or a realtor ever to call in and ask for an update. Yes or no? Would that change your experience to your customer? Like, you were so forward in making sure they knew the update, they never had to call in. Would that make a difference? Would that be a great business person? Would you listen to the team, how they're engaging with your clients via email, text, or over the phone? Can I say, you're going to see some tweaks. You're going to see some things that you want to change. And by the way, you should listen to yourself. You know, I had a loan officer just lose a deal. And I'm like, I'm sorry that you lost that deal, but did you call the borrower back and find out why? Well, no. I want you to call that borrower back. And I want you to say, I'm so sorry. I understand you're going with someone else. What do I need to do to be better next time so I wouldn't lose someone else's business? And it took about a day. And guess what? That client responded. And it turned out it was nothing that he really did at all. Or did he? Because he chose a different product that he thought fit. And so the big lesson in that whole thing and that QCing of that process was, I don't think he digested enough to understand what the client's goals were in the beginning to understand exactly what they wanted so they could provide the right product. Like, a lead is worth something. Do you know what your lead is worth? There's a cost to that lead. It's worth it. It might be as high as $250 to $300 a piece. Do you treat it like that? Do you need to go back and QC that experience? Because a great business person would do that. I mean, if you look at the 3 restaurants that are out there that are franchises, and you look at Subway, McDonald's, and Chick-fil-A, and you think of the experiences, and even though they're very small, subtle changes, I can tell you who makes the most and is only open 6 days a week. An average Chick-fil-A restaurant is a net of 350,000, and McDonald's is 125, and a Subway, $52,000 net. Is there a change in experience along that way? And even though they all sell a fast food type product, one majority only sells one and only concentrates on the experience. The drive-through is even different. They can walk through the drive-through. It's just not a little window. They have people in the drive-through being able to assist you and move you through the line to get your order quicker. Subtle changes makes big difference. 212. You know, the second speaker that talking about a great business person and changing it was Skylar. And I love Skylar because her thought process got fancy. She got freaked out. She talked about, I had to go out and go bigger and build this big, huge net. And she got licensed in 32 states. And she's like, wait a minute. If I can't win in my neighborhood, if I can't win in my office, if I can't win in my community, what am I thinking? And so she digests those three areas and put a plan together. She created block parties. She got set mailings, got to know the neighbors in the neighborhood, and all of a sudden was getting referrals and deals. Not brain surgery, just 212. Now she had to win in the office, and she was in an office building. And so on Fridays, she was delivering cookies. Not brain surgery, just 212. I think it was a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, and she already got a $700,000 deal. Winning in the office. And lastly, winning in the community. You see her husband's a football coach in middle school, and she was kind of bummed. Like, no one was showing up to watch these middle school and watch her kids play. 3 boys, heavily involved in football. So she created a tailgating and built up the crowd and created sponsorships. And not only did her middle school kids think this is the coolest thing ever, we're playing in front of a crowd. But she got the sponsors and this tailgating and parents coming up to her and says, this is the greatest thing. And she started to win in her community. So let's think about this for a second. Like, there's 3 ways to sell and be great at business. You can sell with your fingers. You can sell with your mouth. And you can sell with your feet. And I think your calendar needs to represent that throughout the day and throughout the week. You know, I've told a lot of people that I have a goal every single month to be in front of 400, be in front of you every single month, 400 face-to-face or Zoom a month. And I set this goal in 24, not knowing what an impact it would have on my life. Like, being a great business person, how many people do you need to be in front of so that you can win in these different areas? How many realtor relationships or VIPs? How many times do you need to be connected to your database? You set that number for 2025. Well, what I tell you is it'll change your life. Not only will you be a better business person, but it will change the result. Number 3. This is the final one. By the way, the hardest one. Being a great leader. You know, the speaker before me talked about influence and that opening line. Like, being a leader is working on your leadership skills. Who's a great leader? Who's a great coach? Probably the best is John Maxwell. I love his daily book, the daily devotional book. I love it. I love the tactics and the team and being a great leader. Like, if you want more people to follow you, if you want realtor relationships to follow you, if you want to be attractive so that you're getting referred more, you've got to work on your leadership and your influence. And here's what I know. I wasn't born with any one of those. All 3 of these skills can be learned, that you can work on it, but you got to put the effort in. Like, if you're going to work your database, I think you got to look for milestone moments, and you've got to be connected and understanding it. Like, we're looking for diamonds and diapers. We're connecting to this database and we're asking basically 2 questions. Are you okay? And what's your real estate goals for the next 5 years? By the way, when you ask a customer in your database what your real estate goals are, and they tell you, they've literally cut the time in half. If they say a year, it's already down to 6 months. You start an app, it's already to 90 days. There's something that magically happens when we actually talk about it and we start to share the vision, that all of a sudden we start to accomplish our goals in real estate. You didn't say you'd buy that house. Like, it's happened. My wife and I, years ago, we went to Scottsdale. We looked at a house. We came back in contract. I remember flying back that night and she says, "What have we done?" I says, "I think we're crazy." It's how our brain works. 212. So as I wrap this up, and maybe Mitch has some questions for me, but I want you to think of this. In 2025, don't make it difficult. Don't make it complicated. Don't chase squirrels. Like, do I think 2025 is going to be different in 2024? Yeah, a little. Yeah, I think we're going to slowly see some maybe lower rates in the second quarter and third quarter. Yeah, I do. And I have some reasons of why I think that. But I want you to picture yourself out in the ocean. And I want you to picture these big waves coming in. Here's what I know about a surfer. Number one, they're never going to catch that big wave if they're not in the ocean. And number two, you're never going to catch that wave unless you can position your board to be in front. There's nothing more frustrating to a surfer than they miss the wave and they're behind, because there's nothing you can do to get in front of that wave. So you've got to position yourself to win in 2025. And it's real simple. You got to be in the ocean. And you got to be ahead of the wave. So I'll go back to what we originally said. Don't overthink this market. You got to get your brain trained on, I'm staying in activity. And number two, maybe you need to create a word or a number for you. Maybe it's, you can take mine. Maybe it is 212. Maybe it's something else. But I think all this talk about mindset, it can be overthought. And then we end up doing what? Nothing. So Mitch, I'm going to hand this back to you. You're a good friend. I love what you're doing. I love this, that you're giving back and promoting to all the originators across the country and great leaders. I was even thinking of you today, of 2 other people that I wanted to refer to you that I felt would be a great piece for your network. So make sure you reach back out to me. But Mitch, thanks for having me. I hope that I had a little short period here, but I hope it was impactful enough to we could think about how we're going to look at 2025 a little differently.
I love it, man. The 212, that's that's got me thinking the whole time. It's like, how did you come up with that, as your word or number of the year?
Well, I stole it out of a book. And a good friend of mine that we bounced a lot of ideas on was sharing each other back and forth. And he's like, "Do you have your word of the year?" Because last year's word was sticky. And like, how could I create sticky things? And so I created a private banking network that we bank and help mortgage professionals across the country be able to run their finances. And it was just something because we understand what an originator goes through. And then we created warehouse lines. And so we created a lot of sticky products based on that word. And then this word came, and I'm like, I don't have a word, guys. And I was like freaking out about it. And then we had this discussion, and then I was like, that's it. It's 212.
That's awesome. I love it. That's definitely a good one. I mean, like you said, it just takes the smallest, you always see that meme on, Facebook and LinkedIn. It's like the guy axing the dirt. And
Yeah.
he gives up, and the diamonds are literally just on the other side. He gave up just too soon.
Too soon.
You give
Thanks
up
for
too
having me,
soon.
Mitch. I appreciate you.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Chris. All right, everybody. We are going to bring on our next sponsor, my good buddy, John Renkin. Give me 1 second here. John, welcome to the show.
Hey, man. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. I'm excited. I'm ready to rock and roll.
Good deal, man. Good deal. Looks like you got a really good lineup again.
Oh, yes. Well, I think we got some great speakers, and I think people are going to get a lot out of it. Chris, a good friend of mine, and I really look up to that guy. And he brought the fire today in the simplest of terms. It's like you just don't realize how simple sometimes the business is.
Right. That's cool, man. Cool.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to give you the stage so you can tell us about what you got going on.
Yeah. Hey, guys. So my name is John Rankin. I'm the CEO of Sales Platoon, and we've been sponsoring Mitch for, I think, 2 or 3 years now, whatever it's been. We're a DoD skill bridge program, which is where the last 3 to 6 months of somebody's military service, we take them, we train them how to do mortgage, and then we find them a great mortgage company. If you guys are interested in partnering with the Department of Defense and getting military candidates as they're coming out of the military into civilian life, you guys can go to my website, or you can just reach out to Rich and get my direct cell. Actually, Rich, I think I'll just pop it in the comments here. And this program is really meant to do a couple of things. It's one, to help transitioning military find a career and a skill set that will pay them more than the national average for veterans, which is about $20 an hour. And I think, as all of you here would agree, mortgage is a great way to make more than $20 an hour. So there's tons of benefit that goes with this. You don't have to worry about them closing loans right away, because the DoD is covering their paycheck for about 3 to 6 months, depending on how much time they were given. You don't have to worry about their benefits or any of that. That's all covered by the Department of Defense. Guys, I'm not going to take a full 5 minutes. If you want to hire military talent in your mortgage company, reach out to me. You can either do that via cell or my email, which is just john@mysalesplatoon.com. Mitch, I'll let you continue to rock on so you stay on time.
Yeah, man, you did. You're awesome. I appreciate it. We actually got a couple minutes here because
Sure.
our next speaker's not on. So, I'm really interested in what you got going on, because, I'm a big firm believer in, doing what we can for the people that, put everything on the line for us. So what you do is amazing to me. And funny thing is, our next speaker, quite the transition, Major Singleton, former military, I believe. So, it's a good segment. But, my brother was in the Army. My best friends were in the Army. My grandpas were in the Army, so I get it. And there's a lot that they, struggle with, and trying to find a good job is, like you said, number one. I mean, the average income, like you said, $20 an hour is not fair to the men and women that, put their lives on the line every day to help, make sure that we can do what we want to do. So I think it's important to help them as soon as possible. And, this is a good opportunity to do that. So can you tell us a little bit more about the program, a little bit more specifically?
Yeah, so we have a program called Elevate that teaches them the mortgage side while they're in class. So they're learning, how to use systems and all this other stuff. And then we're also teaching them how to do lead generation, how to set up their social media to generate leads, how to create content to generate leads, and then how to create scripts to even talk to realtors and all that kind of stuff. We teach them how to network within the military, real estate, and mortgage community, which is actually pretty tight knit. And so we give them some things that they can do to kind of help them get ahead. So
right, and when they're coming out of the military, you got to think, depending on how long they've been there, they probably got a lot of friends that that are in the military that are going to be relocating their families, or they're getting out as well. So it's probably an easy transition for them because they do have a database.
Yeah, they actually have a really good database. They've just never been taught how to use it for sales.
Right. And, sales isn't for everyone, but I think it can be taught to a point, to help people and get them to where they need to be. So I love it, man. I appreciate all you do for our veterans. Appreciate what you do to help support, our events and, being a double sponsor, this time around. I really appreciate that. So we'll get to see you again tomorrow.
All right, great. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks, John. All right. We are a little bit early, but we are going to bring on our next speaker. How's it going, Major Singleton?
Good, sir. How are you?
Hey, good. You might have missed that, but John is one of our sponsors, and he has a program that helps veterans who are coming out of the military. It's a program that helps them learn the mortgage business, and then they can come into a company for 3 months to 6 months, I think it is, and it's paid by the military for them to learn the business under leadership. And it's kind of a unique way to get veterans into this business, and I think it's a great thing he's doing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, I came into the business in a similar model, similar situation, and I will say it's been pretty good.
Right. Yeah, that's cool, man. Well, I'm excited to have you. I don't know you too well personally, see you on Facebook and stuff all the time, but you seem to have a great following of people that really love what you do, and I'm excited to hear what you have for us today.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thanks for inviting me on, Mitchell, and a great opportunity to share with you guys. And I'm going to be a little bit different than the previous presenters. I don't have slides. I'm going to have a simple conversation with you, share some recent life experiences, tell you a little bit about how I got into mortgages and what we've done. And then I'm going to share with you what I believe has been the differentiator in the terms of mindset that, has made the difference for me in my business. So I'll start off telling you, I spent 23 years in the Navy, finished up the last 7 years in Hawaii. At the end of my career, I didn't know it was coming up on the end of my career. I had one of my junior sailors came in and he said, "Hey, sir," I was actually second in command at my command in Hawaii, executive officer, if you will. So I said, he came into my office as I was acting commanding officer, and he said, "Hey, sir, we have a guy coming in to talk to us about VA loans." And I'm like, "Hey, when are we doing this?" And he said, "Well, it's happening in about 15 minutes. And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, I got this guy to come in and talk to us about VA loans. Now, if you're in command, then you want to make sure that nobody's coming in to tell your sailors, soldiers, anything crazy. So I had to stop what I was doing at 2:00 in the afternoon because my commanding officer was traveling and I was responsible for everyone. So I had to go sit in this presentation and listen to this guy and make sure he didn't say anything crazy or try to sell my guy something about VA loans. And he didn't. He just shared about the VA home loan benefit. Now, at the time, I was I had actually bought a home, used my VA home loan benefit, but he shared a lot of things with me that are with the group that I did not know. So I told them, I said, "Hey, when this is all over, then I'm gonna come look you up and we're gonna try to have a conversation about how we can work together because I really like what you do, education." I had always been involved in education, mentorship, financial coaching, if you will, at my churches when I moved around in the military from place to place. I taught a curriculum called Financial Peace University that's led by Dave Ramsey. So I taught that curriculum, and I wanted to really help people with their finances. So fast forward, I got a call about a year later, and the person on the other end of the line said, "Hey, Major, we got a great deal for you." And I said, "What's the great deal?" "Well, you're going to be selected for command." So I was going to be in command of my own ship, my own destroyer. However, you need to go to DC for a year, unaccompanied from Hawaii to DC in order to fill this, obligation at the budget office because I had an MBA in finance. And I said, "Look, I am not going to DC. If you've met me, I'm not a DC type person. Bureaucracy doesn't really run in my veins. So I said, hey, it might be time for me to leave on. I went home. I was in the middle of refinance. So I, with that company, that same guy who came and taught, and I went home, and on the way home, I stopped by, this guy's office, talked to him a little bit. And by the time I got home, I had decided I was going to retire. My wife thought I was absolutely insane. She thought I was going through some midlife crisis because I wanted to get into mortgages. And I actually had to go see our spiritual advisors at the time. And we spent 6 hours with them to make sure I wasn't having some midlife crisis. So that was the beginning. And we got into the mortgage industry. I worked for that company doing a lot of VA loans. And then about a year and a half in, I switched over to the mortgage broker side and started building my business and started building a team. So I've been doing this for I'm probably a new guy on the block relative to many of you that's actually watching this. And I'm in my 4th year now of doing mortgages. We average about 150 units or so a year, $100 million producer. And I run a team of about 50 mortgage brokers all across the nation. As a team, we do about 500 million per year. So I want to talk to you really about how we did that, or how I do that, and talk to you about, just the mindset. So I'm not going to deny that I've experienced some really amazing results. Part of that is due to me using the skills that I learned in the military to really combine the efforts of multiple different people from multiple different, organizations or parties into, trying to accomplish a singular goal. You got a buyer's agent, you got a listing agent, you got a title company, you got buyers, you got sellers, trying to navigate that and combine those into one singular goal is a skill that I used in the military, because I was an operations officer, and you had operations with multiple different entities trying to work together to accomplish a mission. Now, I can't tell you the details about how I do that in 20 minutes or so that I'm going to share with you. But I will tell you what I believe the mindset is that you're going to have, and the mindset that I have to have every single day, and how I actually fell victim to that recently. And it became increasingly evident to me that if I fell victim to it, you can imagine how somebody who does not have the, shall I say, accolades or success that I have would fall victim to it. I mean, if I did it, Scotsman's Guide, 50 loan officers on my team, $100 million producer, team that's a big team, National Broker of the Year, according as awarded by the Association of Independent Mortgage Experts, trainer, mentor, speaker, all of these things. And I found myself in a situation where I fell victim to a certain mindset that I believe that many loan originators actually struggle with day in and day out. It's customary in my business at the end of the quarter, last quarter, I'll reach out to realtors in my local area and I'll attempt to talk to them, larger producers. I really focus in the 4th quarter, larger producers, and I talk about their team. I talk about their structures with their team, their individual production, where they want to go in the following year, what their goals are, what they've accomplished. Now, admittedly, some of these conversations end up going nowhere. And sometimes my mindset is often I want to have a conversation with them so that if my name comes across a listing that they're selling, because if they are a larger producer, typically they are diving into more listings and buyer side transactions. And I want them to know me if my pre-approval letter comes across, or if I call them up to talk about a particular buyer. And I had an interesting encounter. So I posted something on social media, and a realtor that's a very large producer, she has 400 or so agents on her team. She called to ask me a question about what I posted on social media on a particular loan program. So she asked her questions, and we talked for about 3 or 4 minutes, very casually. And then as she's about to hang up the phone, I jokingly said, "Hey, why aren't we working together?" And she calmly responded, well, you've never asked. So I said, okay, cool. Well, let's get together and figure out how we can work together. My wife, who's my operations manager, she actually coordinated lunch with her, and we had a great conversation discussing strategy and stuff like that. And the meeting was supposed to be an hour long at a restaurant, and that turned into like 2.5 hours with us just going deeper and deeper into, how she wanted to grow and develop her team in 2025. But after the meeting, this distinct question kept ringing in my ear, like, why didn't you ask for business? Now, I will tell you that, as I said, she runs a brokerage with 400 different realtors. It covers Houston, Texas, and Dallas, Texas. Very strong personality outward, very polished, strong social media, has it, seemingly all together based on her social media. But as we talk, we found out there are some ways that she actually can improve her team. Now, we've known each other for 2.5, maybe 3 years. I actually did an event in Dallas where we brought together 400 different realtors for a particular event. And as we put that event together, she was one of the panelists on one of our panels at that event. So I had reached out to her for her to be a part of that. But I have never directly asked her for business. And as I'm leaving the meeting, I'm wondering why I didn't ask. And so I'm going to share with you the mindset behind why I didn't ask and why many of you don't ask and don't do certain things. Now, I happen to be of the Christian faith, Jesus freak, Bible thumper. All of those descriptions apply to me in some way or another. So indulge me a little bit as I take a look at something or a story that's in the Bible, but it's also in many religions, the Quran, Jewish faith. You still have the same story. And even if you're agnostic or something like that, you can extrapolate what I'm trying to communicate based on this story. The battle that we fight daily is actually a battle of self-image. And you can listen to what Mitch says, what Michelle says, what John says, all of this stuff. You're going to have a lot of tactics and things that you should be doing that they bring up. And I will tell you that it doesn't mean anything if you don't conquer this one thing in your mind, the battle of self-image. Because many of us, or all of us, have arguments against what we are told to do or what we know to do, or what some people would say what God gives us an idea of, or the universe gives us an idea of. And those of us that do this quickly, people will compliment us and say, you execute well, or, you take ideas to execution very well. But then there are many people who get caught up in the gap between the idea and the execution. And many of you have had ideas to do many different things and you don't execute. And the reason you don't execute is because it's an issue with self-image. And this was the issue that I had and why I did not ask this lady who runs a All right, Mitchell, am I back?
Yep, you are back.
That was interesting. I could tell you exactly what happened. We are building a pool in my backyard, and I know they cut my Wi-Fi line.
Oh no.
But, are we good to continue?
Oh yeah, you're good, man.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So I left off with talking about the battle for self-image. And this is the main battle that we fight, and why I never asked this person for business, because I saw her as being this top producer and somebody who wouldn't work for me, somebody who had their own lenders and all of this stuff, because she undoubtedly would not have gotten here if she didn't have her own lenders, her own connections, and able to build her business the way that she has already built it. So um, I'm telling you this because this is the thing that we all struggle with. And even when you get a degree of success, you are still going to struggle with this issue. So I want to share with you some things that I realized about me. And if we go back to looking at the Bible, if we go back to looking at the story that's told repeatedly in all of our religious works, like I said, even if you're agnostic, you can draw something from this, because this is very important for us to understand. Understand that everyone who God gave an idea to do something had an argument against God. Okay, even if you look at the person I want to focus on today, the Moses, God told him he wanted to do something very big, which is leading the children of Israel out of Egypt, and he said he had all of these arguments against what God told him to do. He said, "Hey, I can't speak well," or "Who am I?" And that's really what I want to focus on. These three words, or these three words that Moses asked, like, "Who am I?" And that's what you have to wake up and answer the question of every single day when you have an idea of something. Call the realtor, do the video, build the team. You have to understand who you are. The interesting thing about the book the book in the Bible that this is told in the Christian Bible, this is Exodus, that the story is told in. The interesting thing is that this was a story about God, how God was leading people out of Egypt, his children out of Egypt. But it's also a story of how God struggled, and I will say that, with getting something out of Moses. This idea of himself, or this self-image that he did not have. If you read the story back, there were everything that God told him. He had an argument against it. He would challenge everything. I'm not this. I'm not this. And it all goes back to this root question of who am I? And let's look at what was going on in the life of Moses. Now, if you want to look at, hey, if we want to say, hey, Moses, what was going on with you at the time? Let's take a look at what Moses had been through to that point. He was, from his perspective, abandoned by his mother, raised in an area where, or raised in a home where he was not really felt, he knew he was different than everyone else. He had a heritage than everyone else, and he was raised in this environment where he really couldn't really fit in. If you've ever been in an environment where someone's home you walked into and it's like, I really don't fit here, or you felt that, you can feel how your lack of self-image would, or your there to be a difference, shall I say, in how you fit in certain environments. He was raised in a foreign land. He had committed murder. He had murdered someone and then buried the body, and he was a fugitive on the run. And all of this stuff is going on, and he is in a different land. And God says to him, "Hey, I want you to lead my children out of Egypt." And so it's natural that he would say, "Who am I?" And just like it's natural for you, knowing your background, your issues, the stuff you deal with on your self-image issues that every single person deals with. I don't like how I look on camera. I don't like how I sound. All of these things that you deal with on a daily basis. All of the thoughts in your head, I just messed up with my child. I just messed up with my spouse. All of these things. And then you have to go to work and you have to say, I'm going to do this. Because internally you ask yourself the question, who am I? I need to call this top producer. I need to call this client. Many of us are stuck in price points that we can't elevate above because we only want to talk to people, or we want to serve people who are seemingly, quote unquote, beneath us. That's just the reality. Your self-image is higher when you're talking to a buyer at a certain level. But if you go to the buyer that's at 2 million, 3 million, your self-image isn't there because you see that person as being above you. So you don't make that phone call as quickly because you have to build up enough courage to do that because you're struggling with this question of who am I? What will they say? You're more concerned about what someone else says to you than being obedient to what you were told to do. And you don't realize that often it's not the results from that one phone call. It's that you're proving to yourself and the creator that you can do it, that you can do the work associated in order to get the results. And often the results come from a place you did not do the work because you just simply did the work, or you executed, or you proved to God that, hey, I really am willing to step out and do X, Y, and Z. But we all struggle with this question of, who am I? You're presented with the idea. We think that we are not worthy of the idea. We think that the vastness of the undertaking is too great. We don't take on the fact, or we don't acknowledge or understand the fact that if the creator told you to do something, or if you had the idea to do it, obviously it is in you to do it because you don't have an idea to do things where it's not in you to do it. I have never had an idea to build a huge tech company. It's not in me. I've never had an idea to do heart surgery, or do heart surgery a different way, because it's not in me. I've had many ideas to do certain things in the mortgage industry. Why? Because it's in me. I have the foundation of it being in me. The ideas are in me, and I have the ability to do it. But yet we still struggle with the question of, who am I? How do I do this? There's a very big difference between you getting an idea to do something and you saying, I'm going to do this. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it. There's a difference between that and saying, I have an idea to do this, but I don't know if it's actually an idea. So I need to get everything in order to figure out whether I do this idea or execute on this idea or not. And this is the challenge that we all face. We see people, and those of us that have a faith, the patriarchs of our faith, have challenges. And they have these arguments that are against these ideas that God placed in them in order to accomplish. Now, the benefit to what we read in our historical books, or in our religious books, the benefit is we are reading hundreds of years later. We are seeing the after effects, but we don't put ourselves in the direct path of saying, this is me in process. These are the things that I have to overcome. Psychologically, we have these challenges in our head, and this is something that we must overcome. So I go back to my conversation with this realtor. I'm having this conversation with this realtor. She starts revealing to me things that she needs help with in her business. She needed to add more realtors. And even at the table at that time, I had solutions to things she can do. Why? Because the things were already in me, and God had given me the idea multiple times to reach out to her. And I had defeated myself saying she doesn't need me. She already has things figured out. So we sit down at lunch. My wife takes out her pad and her paper, as she normally does. And she starts. She needed to add more realtors to her team. Okay. Now, what does somebody with 400 realtors need to add to their team? Look, that's a different conversation. But for whatever reason, she needed to add more realtors to her team. I knew 3 realtors at that very moment that were looking for homes, that were looking for different homes because they were not happy with their brokerage. Okay, I added 2 of them are already onboarding. I put them in group texts at that time. 2 of them are onboarding with her. How much do you think her loyalty grew to me because I immediately solved a problem that I would not have solved if I would have listened to the voice in my head that said, she doesn't need me. she had noticed that her preferred lender was getting shopped a lot. She was sending the preferred lender leads, and people were shopping because her preferred lender, their rates were too high. So she was starting to lose business or connection with her preferred lender because the preferred lender was getting shopped and she was losing those clients. Those clients ended up going to lenders that she did not know or had no idea about, and she ended up not sleeping through the transaction because they're working with some lender who she's never worked with, because the person who she had a relationship with was not closing the business. She also noticed that her preferred lender had lost their fire for the business, because everybody knows this. If you get shopped a lot, or you end up losing business, or you're not competitive or something like that, for whatever reason, if you lose business, then you lose your fire to start to continue doing business. I had solutions for that right up front, but those solutions were already in me, and if I would have listened to the voice, it would not have happened. Her lender didn't know how to teach and educate, which is my superpower. Teaching and educating is my superpower. Her lender didn't know how to do that. Therefore, because her lender didn't know how to do that, she was losing connection, because she had built this team, and the team needed education. The team she knew how to teach sales of real estate, but they didn't understand the mortgage side. They didn't understand why you need a verification of employment, why these certain programs don't work, why somebody is telling their buyer, hey, you wrote off too much on your taxes. They didn't have that understanding, and her preferred lender couldn't solve those problems and teach her realtors. And she needed a partner to come alongside her and teach her realtors. In the 27 days since we've had that meeting, I've had 10 leads, 4 pre-approved buyers, 2 open escrows. I've done a class for her for 25 of her agents. I've co-branded with 4 of those agents on listings, and I have to do social media branding and social media videos with 3 of her agents. But in my head, I had come up with the arguments. Look, if you're going to succeed in 2025, you have to close the gap between the idea and taking action on the idea. You must do what we call in our business, execute. It is essential that you just execute. I can't tell you what the results are going to be based on you executing. I do a VA home loan webinar every single first and third Saturday, a VA home loan webinar that is borrower facing. I have jumped on my webinar and there have been nobody on the webinar. Did I teach the webinar? Absolutely. I taught the webinar, just like there were 50 or 100 people on the webinar. Why? Because I was proving to myself that I was willing to take action on the idea or what God had told me to do in regards to my business. I can't say I'm going to cancel because of this. We do classes for realtors. We teach VA loan classes for realtors called Everything Realtors Need to Know About VA Loans. We teach that class at title companies. Now, about a year ago, I brought my wife onto my team. I am the business mind. She is more of the organization. I'm the person who thinks I can out-earn my stupidity. She's the person that says, no, we're not going to spend money there because that has not produced anything for us yet. So we're going to cut back on there. We're not going to spend that money. So we had a class scheduled with people. And Mitch, I don't know when I'm running over on time. So if I'm running over on time, you got to pop on the screen. All right. So we're having a class. And we have 2 people registered for the class. Now, teaching classes at title company is something I do. It was an idea I had. It was an execution, something I do specifically. And there's a specific way I teach at the title companies. I invite realtors in. So I had invited realtors in. It was a CE accredited class. We had 2 people registered. Okay. And my wife comes to me and she said, hey, you only got 2 people registered in the class. Are you going to cancel the class? And I said, well, no, honey, I'm not going to cancel the class. We scheduled it. We said we're going to be there. We're going to be there. We're going to do the class at the title company. So we're there. We show up. There are 10 people in the class. Okay. 2 of them. Okay. 2 of them were loan officers that had heard about me and wanted to come to the class to hear what I had to say and to meet me because they were thinking about leaving their companies and coming to my team. Another person was there. She was an instructor. She's an instructor for a very large realtor organization here in the DFW area. The next day, she was teaching a class to 115 realtors because she's an instructor for the realtor organization. She sat in my VA loan class. So she sat in my VA loan class. The next day, in her class, the question came up about VA loans in front of 115 different realtors. And she said, well, wait a minute. That's not true about VA loans. I actually learned that on yesterday. And when I learned on yesterday, she reached out to me and she said, hey, I need you to come in and teach about 100 realtors about VA loans, just like you taught us 10 people in that class. If I would have canceled, then I would have never done that. So when you put something on your schedule, you must execute regardless of the results, because you really never know what's going to come. The other thing you have to defeat is this idea that if it was fruitful, undoubtedly somebody would have done it already. You know, undoubtedly somebody's already called that realtor and said, hey, do you want to do a first time home buyer class? Undoubtedly somebody's already called that realtor and said, you know, I want to partner with you on this. Undoubtedly somebody's already done it. Okay. Look, undoubtedly somebody's already done this idea that you have. And I would venture to say, you are right. Somebody has already had the idea and they did not execute. And now the idea is coming to you and you have to execute. I am convinced that many of the great things that are done in the earth, the person that does it is not the first person that God gave the idea to. Even if you look at the story in the book of Exodus, when Moses gave all of these excuses, God eventually got frustrated with him and said, okay, fine. If you don't want to listen to me, tell your brother. Okay. He had, the most interesting excuses. And I'm being sacrilegious. I'm just telling you about the man. I'm not talking about I'm talking about the man within the story. The issue that we all deal with, his humanity, these issues that he's dealing with, and he's like, I can't speak. I don't know. And God says to him, hey, who made your mouth? Who gave you the words? Who makes man's mouth? And then God eventually gets frustrated with him and said, hey, you know what? Your brother Aaron can speak. And what is that? Let me tell you, if you don't do what you have the idea to do, guess what? Somebody is going to do it. Somebody's going to do it. They're going to get the fruit. They're going to get the production. They're going to close the loans because you simply were too afraid to execute on what the idea was that God placed inside of you. Or if you want to say the universe or what have you. I really don't care for the purposes of this conversation. You just have to get it done. Make the phone call, send the email, reach out on social media, follow up, call the listing agent. This is the easiest way to do. If you kill a deal and it's awesome, call the listing agent. I do a lot of business today with builder reps, new builds. I do a lot of business with new builds, and new builders send me business because they are saying, well, my in-house person could not close this and you got it closed. You should be treating your builder reps like you treat agents. Follow up with them. Ask the questions. Hey, where are your struggles? What can I do to help you? They get paid the same way the real estate agent gets paid. If the deal falls apart, they don't close. They don't make any money either. They need outlets also. And you have more flexibility than their in-house lender. This is the stuff that you have to be focused on if you're going to win in 2025. Listen, when you get an idea, you have to know who you are. And I'll tell you who you are. You are the person who, if it wasn't in you to do it, then God would have never given you the idea to do it in the first place. All right. God bless you guys. Mitch, I don't know if I'm over time or if I'm on time or if I'm early or what, but that's all I have.
You're doing good, man. You got 5 minutes. So who do we have out there that has questions for Major? We're running right on time, so we got 5 minutes to take a couple questions. Looks like you wowing the audience, even though you had a little technical issues that you got to take up with your construction crew out there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I specifically told them, look, I told them if you're gonna cut the wire, do it before I go live. You got about 2 hours to cut the wire, and then they cut it right when I go live. No big deal. We flex. I often say, blessed are the flexible, for they will not break.
Yep. Calmest guy I ever saw when his internet was cut. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you did a great job, man. I think you brought a lot to the table, and I'm excited that we got to meet, whether it be virtually or not. But I do a lot of these events throughout the year, 6 to 8 of them. I always love bringing on new faces and new voices to share with our audience and give a new perspective. And your perspective is great because you're able to use your background in the military, like we just were talking about with John, to execute and do things that other people really aren't, willing to do or able to do.
Yeah.
Yes, it's more willing. We're all able. It's just a matter of you're willing or not.
Yeah, Mitchell, if it's okay with you next time, I mean, maybe we do this again. And, I'd like to talk mechanically about how I teach classes at title companies and build business around that. Most of my business is built on realtor referrals, and education, teaching classes with title companies, and then branching out from there and teaching classes at other places. So if you'll have me, I'd love to share how I build that, how I develop that, develop those relationships with realtors, and how we keep growing that referral business.
All right, who out there in the audience wants to see me bring Major back, maybe for our March event? I mean, we're not too far out from the next one, so try to do these about every 6 weeks or so to put on. So I've done that before. Bring on a speaker onto the next one to continue. So be easy to do. So we'll talk about that and see if we can get that up. Looks like we got a lot of yeses. So looks like you earned your way into the next one for sure.
Well, I'll be happy to share. It's a great opportunity, and this is a great business. I mean, this business has changed. Me and my wife's life. Gave us some phenomenal, opportunities to, to grow and have an amazing. There you go. It's happening. You're talking on your cell phone. Have some amazing opportunities. So, I think anybody can do this. It's just overcoming the mental hurdles to make it happen.
Right. Awesome, man. Well, hey, we will definitely bring you back on the next one. We'll chat about that sometime here in the next couple of days and get you lined up for that. And while we wait, I'm going to bring on our next sponsor. And again, Major, thank you very much for what you did, and thank you for coming through even in the heat of the moment. It's of losing your internet, not panicking. And I'd actually stepped away to handle a phone call, and then I came back. I was like, "Oh crap, the screen's blank."
But by the way, if you want to reach out to me, I'm at Major Money Matters on Instagram. YouTube is Major Money Matters. Major Singleton on LinkedIn. Happy to talk with anyone.
If you have hats big enough for this head, I might need one of those. I always am wearing hats because God did not bless me with a full head of hair. So
that's true. Or I lost it.
Represent LA today.
Yeah, man. And, really praying for LA.
Yep, and I love that design on your logo. So I might have to hit you up about that. But
hey, I got you.
I do wear like a size 8, but
that's a lot of surface area, man.
Yeah, I always tell people that's so I can hold the massive amount of brains I have. That's why God gave me this big head. It's the only thing that makes me feel better about it.
It's hilarious.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, we appreciate you very much, and we'll talk again soon.
All right, talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. All right, we are going to bring on our next sponsor. Give me a second here to bring on Steve Fisher. Steve, how are you?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
Hey, good, man. I'm excited. Things are going well today, and I'm excited to have you back on. I appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you sponsoring the event, and we're running right on time. So I'm going to get out of the way and give you the stage.
Awesome. Well, I am Steve Fisher. I own the insurance team. We are national insurance brokers, so we are in 47 states. So we can help you anywhere in the country. A lot of people that are licensed in multiple states might have a different insurance guy in every state. The states we're not in is Alaska, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, and Washington, D.C. Only because nobody's asked us to get in those states. We're not opposed to it. Nobody's ever asked us. So we're willing to expand if need be. We represent over 80 different insurance companies across the country. So we can provide you options. We can do course construction. We can do commercial. We can do vacants. We can literally do almost everything that you guys possibly need for us. So we do sit in Zoom all day. We have agents sitting in Zoom, so you guys can actually hop into our Zoom link and talk to an insurance agent within about 20 seconds. So we have a pretty unique setup to try to help you guys out and get things back to you as quick as possible. We do understand that a lot of mortgage companies requires an insurance quote to be submitted with the loan application. We guarantee a 1 hour turnaround time on home quotes. We'll contact the client after the fact to do all of our underwriting and stuff, but we want to get that loan application submitted for you, right? You send a loan today, it's not going to close for 2, 3, 4 weeks. We got time to do what we need on the back end. We want to get that loan process started for you. So we guarantee a 1 hour turnaround time. Most time people just send us to 1003. We have all the information we need, and we'll send you a quick quote back. So we try to make it as quick and easy as possible for everybody.
Awesome, man. So how do they get a hold of you? And you can put all that information in the
chat.
In the chat. Yep.
Yep. I will do that right now.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you very much. All right. Give me 1 second here. Through all these technical difficulties, I may have made a mistake here. Give me 1 second. All right, before we bring on our next speaker, I do have one more sponsor that I got to bring on. So give me 1 second here. Hey, Travis, how are you?
Doing well. How are you today, Mitch?
Hey, good, man. Appreciate you joining us.
No.
I do apologize. We had a little bit of confusion there. If you, I know you said you're not available tomorrow, right?
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the stage here and give you a second to talk about what you got going on.
Awesome. Sounds good. This will just be the insurance 10-minute time block for the sponsors. So yeah, my name's Travis Tannehill. I'm the CEO and founder of United Risk. I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint here. All right. So basically, similar to Steve, who just talked about his insurance company, we're built. We're designed. We're built. All we do is new purchases for mortgage loan officers, and as LOs support realtors, we support LOs, and we do everything we can in our power to make their life as easy as possible and get quotes out quickly, serve the customer, help you guys get more referrals down the road. So. The 3 pain points we noticed. So I'm actually, I own a mortgage brokerage here in Kansas. We're licensed in Kansas, have 5 LOs. We're about a $60 million shop. I was very frustrated with the insurance process when we were having to get insurance from other places. I'm actually missing a closing today because of an insurance agent that's outside of our world. We've asked 7 times for the insurance policy. They keep giving us a quote, and we're banging our head against the wall. So we don't want that to happen. We don't want you guys missing closings. That's why we built United Risk to service my own company. And then now we have opened it up for the rest of the other LOs to send us business. We did that early in 2024. So, just the mindset of an insurance agent is I feel like they want 30 days to do everything. Everything's 30 days out, and nothing's too urgent. LOs, we want it done yesterday. So that's the reality of the industry. 4 hours, 8 hours is an eternity. So we want it done quickly. We want it done now. We want it done right. The client does not want to track down and give that insurance agent the same information they just gave the loan officer. So what we've built is a way for the LO to just upload the MISMO or the 1003 to our portal. We extract the data that we need, and then it builds over to our quoters and our raters and gives you an instant quote in your inbox immediately. So, and lastly, a true insurance partner. We want to do everything we can to support you. I wake up every single morning, every night when I'm falling asleep. How can I support my LOs? How can I support my LOs to help you guys get more business, which in turn, gets me more business. So 3 solutions, which I kind of touched on a little bit, but instant quotes. So quick turn times. Believe it or not, we have the technology you upload the MISMO 1003, and instantly that quote is going to go to you and the borrower. right in your inbox. Takes 5 seconds or less. And we're actually working on the API integration with Arrive and Lending Pad. So eventually, hopefully in the next 90 to 120 days, once that file goes from pre-approved status over to under contract, you don't even have to do anything. That file is just going to automatically come over to us. You'll have an inbox in your email as you instantly once you get that quote. So, which I just talked about that second point. And then, they're bringing the value. So we've got some free re-rate updates. We've got free Google review management. We got all sorts of this free stuff. You guys are aware of RESPA and what I can and can't do if you're not licensed. So if you're not licensed, how much free stuff can I give you without requiring quotes, without requiring requiring a referral or requiring business? We got to stay compliant with RESPA. And then if you do want to get licensed, we do just pay you as a 1099 commission insurance agent. So one of the pros of that, if you are a W-2 loan officer, you can't write stuff off. One of the pain points is you get hammered on taxes. If you want to have a little 1099 side hustle with an insurance quote, with an as an insurance agent, then you can have that. You can run some of your write-offs through there. We believe LOs are best being LOs. So you are not going to be servicing the policy or quoting the policy. All you do is send it to us, and then you get an override on the back end for everything that closes. And that, keep in mind, that's if you're licensed. If you're not licensed, obviously that's illegal, and we're not going to do that. So national coverage, we're everywhere but Mississippi, LA, Texas, California. And actually, this map is wrong. We are not in Florida. Sorry about that. So Michigan we should have soon. So really, California, as you guys are aware, it's literally on fire right now. And the insurance industry out there is tough as well. So got most of the country covered. The insurance industry, as I'm sure you're all aware, is really difficult right now. So these carriers are tight. It's hard to get contracts. So we're doing everything we can to have 50 state coverage. We're just not quite there yet. And we're in about 45 out of the 50 states. Quick process. So this is our website. All you do, you see the top right hand corner there. There's your MISMO file that you download out of Arrive or Lending Pad or whatever you use. You download it, you upload it, you press submit or you press upload, and then you're done. 3 different plans. We got basic, pro, and enterprise. So basic is you're not licensed. That's where I give you as much freebies as I can afford to without making it a referral basis to avoid RESPA. The pro plan is if you do get your license, and then the enterprise plan is if you run a team of 5 or more, will allow you as the owner to take a little bit of an override over some of your LOs just because you're controlling that business. Next steps, if you want to scan that QR code, that is, will take you right to our demo page, which is also our website. So that'll take you to the website as well. That just drops you directly to the demo landing page. It is a recorded demo, so you don't got to schedule with me or anything. It'll just take you to a video where I can walk you through a little 5-minute video of exactly how to use the platform. And then if you have any follow-up questions, just shoot me an email at travis@unitedriskbrokers.com. I'm happy to schedule a one-on-one demo. Happy to answer any questions with you. And then kind of go from there. So appreciate y'all's time. Kudos to everyone. I'm an LO as well. I've been getting beat up the last 2 years. We're trying to grow just like you guys are here in Kansas on the loan business. So you guys invested in this time with Mitch, invested your hard-earned dollars to get better and improve. And that's what it's all about. That's what we wake up every day on the mortgage side and the insurance side is how can we improve and support our LOs better.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you joining us and once again for sponsoring our event. And I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next speaker. So thanks a lot, Travis, and have a good day, man.
Yep. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate you.
All right. Our next speaker, Scott Chang. How are you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mitch. How's it doing?
Yeah, I'm good, man. You are always involved in all things AI. So I'm excited to see what you had to share with us today.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to share this too. It's going to be pretty intense. It's going to be pretty quick, but I don't want anybody to stress out. I have resources for you. Absolutely everything you see, everything I talk about, everything that I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you. So all of the prompts, all of the strategies, all of the approaches, everything you're going to get at the end. So yeah, I want to warn you a little bit. This is going to be a fire hose. I want you to sit back. Don't worry about taking notes and things like that. I want you to just sit back and think about this because potentially this is going to be a unique, a novel concept. I'm using unstructured data and AI to get business insights and identify opportunities and quite frankly, gain a competitive advantage. So yeah, Mitch, I actually sold all of my interest in my mortgage, my website and everything last year. And I've spent the last year doing AI consulting for businesses. And we actually, I started a company with some partners called Redefining Business Intelligence. And you've got, and I thought that was brilliant because what you're doing today is talking about redefining the mortgage industry. So I want to bring some completely novel and unique perspectives and ideas to you about gaining a competitive advantage using these tools that we now have access to. How do I do my slides? Is it going to have to be a mouse? Nope,
Yeah.
I got it. Okay, so when I talk about competitive advantage, to me, it means a couple of things. It means having a relevant message at the right time to the most people and making process and operations decisions from sound data, not just instinct or I have an idea or I heard something on a webinar, so I'm going to change my processes and my operations. What I'm going to focus on mostly today is having a relevant message to the right people. Or a relevant message at the right time. So timely and relevant messaging, having your finger on the pulse of what's going on in the market. Now, how you get that to people, that depends on your database, your advertising budget. You clearly have to have a prospecting or you have to have a database that you need to talk to. But as you're building that database, you can build that database by having timely and relevant messaging. So what message are you giving people? What are you talking to people about? Well, we get most of our messaging from industry leaders or for industry insiders and industry voices, right? So we're learning about the market from your Barry Habibs, who's absolutely brilliant, but he's not originating mortgages. He's not in the market. So we end up creating like this echo chamber of coaches and influencers and all of these people telling us what we should be doing, but they're not actually in the market working with consumers every single day. So I want to talk about redefining business intelligence. And what business intelligence is basically the ability to make the best business decisions from timely and relevant feedback loops. So you put information out there, you get feedback on whether it's working or not, what's working, what's not working, and then you make decisions and choices off of that. That's business intelligence. I know a lot of times especially when I was originating, man, I got fires over here and I got phone calls over here, and I was mostly in reaction mode. You're reacting to everything that's around you. Well, I want to encourage you, especially during these times when things originations may be a little bit slower. These are the times to really, really ramp up and put these processes, put these systems. Because when your business runs smoother, when the market turns, because it will, you're going to be able to work better, smoother, get more referrals, close more business, and you're going to be off to the races. So when we talk about feedback, the feedback that you get for when you put your business out there, the feedback that you get, the feedback that you use, and what insights you extract from that data really, really matters. And in the past, we could have spreadsheets, right? So we had spreadsheets of our production. You can go to your LOS, you could run reports, you could see certain things, but that was all like structured data and you can sort it and get certain insights out of it. But what I'm going to talk about today is using consumer direct feedback. I'm talking straight from the horse's mouth. What are consumers talking about right now while we're on this webinar? What are consumers thinking about, talking about, feeling about the market? And when you talk about consumer direct feedback, not all feedback is created equal. So we have two different kinds of biases or unbiases in consumer direct feedback. We have curated feedback, which has a bias to it, and then we have unbiased feedback. Let me tell you about the the difference between these. So it doesn't really matter if the data or the consumer feedback is biased or not, as long as you recognize that it's biased and you modify your output or how you approach that data based on that bias. So curated feedback. So feedback that's curated where you're controlling the feedback that you're getting, that often skews towards positive sentiment, right? So people who are curating customer feedback, they're not asking the people that are pissed off at them. They're asking the people that say, oh my gosh, you're the greatest in the entire world. And you're like, cool, could you make a note of that? Publish it online for me. But the problem with curated feedback is it masks issues like recurring complaints or missed expectations. Those just don't even end up in your data feed, and so you can't even look at them. But when you look at open communities, they provide uncensored experiences. They can expose pain points, motivations, unmet needs that curated feedback might hide. So what is curated feedback? Well, your Google reviews are curated feedback. I don't see hands or anything here, but how many people have all 5-star reviews, right? My next question is, how many people trust a company that has all 5-star reviews? I certainly don't, right? Because they're curated. You only ask for reviews when you get them, and that's fine. On-site reviews where you're collecting them again, you're collecting them under a specific situation, specific circumstances. You're curating that feedback. Video testimonials are curated. You don't ask somebody who hates what you did for them to give you a testimonial. And then closed review systems or closed system reviews. And there's a few of those out there. There's a lot more in retail where they have these review systems that don't necessarily show up on Google, but they're just internal. And most of those systems, they don't publish to your review platforms if there's less than 5 stars. So a lot of people just aren't publishing those. Now, unbiased feedback, straight from the consumer, straight from the street. We're going to look at we're going to look at 2 different ones. Subreddit. If anybody's been on Reddit, Reddit is a massive community of regular people. Okay, maybe they're not that regular. They're a little crazy sometimes, depending on what thread you get into. But Reddit communities and websites that collect consumer reviews that are not tied to a specific company. Does that make sense? Unbiased. It's not tied to a specific company or a loan officer. And so they're just people in there saying, I use so-and-so and this loan officer was crummy, but they're not really criticizing the company. They're just airing their grievances. That's what happens on these websites. And Yelp, I absolutely despise Yelp. I think they just have too much trickery, but in a sense, it's unbiased feedback. But they kind of make it biased, so it's goofy. I shouldn't even have put it on there, but I didn't want to just have 2 bullet points. So what can we learn from customer feedback? Consumer feedback, we can find pain points. We can find what their motivations are, why they're doing what they're doing. We can find cracks in competitors' processes, products, or operations even by looking at feedback about our competitors. We can get process and service insights like from our own reviews or our competitors' reviews. We can see where maybe like we're getting feedback that a part of our process is we're getting a lot of complaints about a part of our process. So we can take that information, go back, improve that process. And then another thing is if you start seeing like in competitors and in unbiased data, you start seeing services or products or a way that people are using financing that you're not using, you can see those too. And that kind of goes to identifying niche demand. So the market produces products based on consumer demand. So how do you know what that demand is before there's a product for it? You understand that by going to unbiased, uncurated consumer feedback sites where you can start to see what they're talking about, and we can find those patterns and we can start to see, well, I'll give you a really good example. of something like this is, I know when interest rates are high and all of our industry insiders are saying, oh, well, just tell them you're going to refinance them in 6 months when rates go down. Well, when you go to some of these unbiased, uncurated forums, they do not like that. They do not like that conversation. They feel like you're trying to get one over on them. So it's like those kinds of interesting insights that logically we would think, okay, we kind of use it as a pressure relief valve. I know the rate's a little bit high now, but if they go down, we'll lower it. But if you're using it as a sales pitch, consumers don't like it. And I was able to see that by going into unbiased consumer data. So where do we start? The very first thing is you got to collect the data. Now, this is where it's a little bit challenging where AI is right now. It's not deeply integrated into everything that we use. So you have to curate these data sets, which means that you got to go to Google and you got to copy all of the reviews. And then I either paste them directly into my AI tools, or I paste them into a document, attach that document to the AI tool, and then use that as a retrieval augmented generation, RAG generation in the AI. And so then I'm just using that data based on that. Then we're going to use AI tools to run sentiment analysis, sentiment analysis models to extract polarities and contradictory feedback and trending themes. And then once you have those things, once you kind of have identified who that demographic is, then you can use those AI tools to build consumer personas based on the pain points, the wishes, and the emotional triggers that you've been able to extract from this unbiased, unfiltered consumer feedback. Now, when you go into this, it requires some focus and attention. You have to know what you're going for, because again, it could potentially determine what data source you use, whether you're using your internal data source or whether you're using an external data source. So what I'm going to show you is I'm going to give you some examples of analyzing your reviews for insights and opportunities, analyzing your competition's reviews, and then we're going to analyze some unbiased data to get some insights and opportunities just in the broad market, in the marketplace. Now, one of the things I want to show you, so everything that I'm going to show you, you're going to get this as part of the takeaways. I'm just showing you some examples. So what you're seeing here is output from some tools that I've built that I'm giving you so that all you literally need to do is find some customer reviews, punch them into these tools, and you're going to be off to the races. So I don't want you to stress about this stuff if all of this seems like I'm speaking Greek to you. So if you're analyzing your reviews, let's talk about unlocking insights from sentiment-based. So look for contradictory feedback. Analyze reviews where customers rate you high, but they include maybe negative points or vice versa. Maybe they're negative, they give you low stars, but they give you some really positive reviews. That's very, very common. These are often reveal hidden weaknesses or strengths. So even though you've curated all 5-star reviews, there may still be negative sentiment in the review that they left you in the feedback, but they gave you 5 stars. So it's not necessarily, even though you think you're curating it, there's still some interesting things. So the prompt here is extract reviews where ratings are 4 or 5 stars, but include criticisms, and then summarize any underlying trends or areas of improvement. So it'll look for patterns and it'll say, hey, there's a pattern of this, and this going on. I mean, listen, if you're getting a 5-star review and somebody says it would have been 5+ stars if they did this, then by golly, you grab that one thing, you integrate that, and that's going to elevate your entire experience. Extreme polarity analysis. So one of the things that I teach when I'm doing AI consulting, I think AI's biggest superpower is perspective. It gives you different perspectives on things. And that's what I really love about this. So you can take a couple hundred reviews, throw in there and look for emotional language. that identifies the most impactful drivers for delight or frustration. And here's a prompt that you can do that. You just copy it, you paste it into the tool, and it's going to give you that information. But what you're looking for there is those real emotional drivers. Those are the triggers. Those are the things that are making the biggest impact on people. That's good information to know. You can use that information and you can absolutely do something with it. You can do predictive analytics, right? So you can analyze, you can look at sentiment trajectories, analyze sentiment changes over time. If you put in 3 years of reviews and you notice that the negative sentiment starts to creep in and you're getting a more negative sentiment, even if you're getting high stars, you might getting more of that negative feedback. That's something you need to pay attention to, because these are almost always training or learning solutions. Like once you know what the problem is, you can train around it, and you can learn how to do this, or you can change your processes and your procedures a little bit. And then, no, this is a cool one, risk detention. So take all of the negative feedback that you can possibly get. And I have this for your reviews, but chances are you don't have any negative reviews. Every once in a while, somebody will find you on Google and they'll give you a negative review. But again, I think most of our Google reviews are curated. But you don't even need to do this particular prompt on your reviews. But this is interesting. Identify at-risk customers based on recurring negative feedback trends in this data set, and then suggest retention strategies. So the AI is going into this unstructured data, which is just pages and pages of comments from consumers. It's finding all of the negative the consumers, and you're basically creating a consumer avatar for somebody who's going to have a bad experience. So if you're trained on this, if you or your loan officers are trained on this, and you start hearing some of these red flags, then you have retention strategies. You're like, okay, how do I create retention strategies around this negative feedback? Because if we get negative feedback, there's nothing wrong with negative feedback. The process of buying a home is such an emotional roller coaster. It's not even funny. So there's going to be ups and downs, and they're going to feel good and they're going to feel bad. So when you get these, this is a killer opportunity to identify those at-risk consumers, head them off at the front when you start seeing the red flags that you've already identified as a pattern that's going to lead to a bad experience or an upset customer, and then you can cut it off right there. Now let's talk about analyzing our competitor reviews. So we can always go into their weaknesses, but we can go even deeper than that. So let's look at positioning opportunities. So identify gaps where my brand can differentiate from the competitor's brand. And so the prompt would be analyze competitor reviews to identify areas of consistent weakness, suggest positioning strategies to highlight my brand's differentiation. I don't know how deep you guys have gotten into AI, but you are going to be blown away when you give it this kind of a prompt against their reviews. You're going to get insights that are just going to blow your mind. At no other time in your career are you able to get these kinds of insights and this type of perspective using these types of data sources. This is an interesting one, supply chain insights. Derive operational insights from reviews that mention delays, quality issues, or inefficiencies. So that could be pricing changes, lack of communication. It could be any number of things. But what you're looking at is we're calling it supply chain, but it's really what was the consumer experience. So looking for those things, identifying those things, and then you make sure that your company absolutely has those things dialed, right? So you're communicating all of the time. You're solving the problems that your clients are having, because trust me, everybody has the same problems. And that's what you can do with these insights. Let's look at unbiased feedback a little bit. So I'm going to give you some examples. I'm going to show you how to find these data sources, how to sort through these data sources. That's coming up. How am I doing for time? Okay, we're good. But here's a couple of things you can do with unbiased feedback. You can uncover social and cultural shifts, track sentiment over time to detect cultural or economic shifts. Again, if the economy starts to get bad or things start to move, we can listen to the news or whatever news channel we listen to. We're going to get that biased resource. But when you go to these forums and you hear consumers complaining about how the economy is impacting them or what's going on with builders in their area, you're going to be able to detect economic shifts. And sometimes there are cultural shifts that you can identify. Community specific concerns, use like Reddit or niche forums to identify culturally nuanced values. Look for culturally specific concerns or values not reflected in mainstream reviews. Now, examples of that could be different cultures want to do everything online. Some cultures want to do nothing online. And if you can kind of identify those by getting that feedback, you can be prepared for it. Again, none of this is going to tell you need to make a 180 pivot on your business. That's never the case. My experience when I'm doing these analyses, when I'm redefining business intelligence, I'm finding that I'm still 80 to 90% on point, but I'm finding 1 or 2 or 3 little things that I know if I move that lever, it's going to make big changes and make a big difference in my business. And so that's what I'm always looking for. So again, I mentioned I have got quick start resources for you. I'm going to give you tools. So the thing with AI is once you put the data source in there, you can have any conversation with that data that you want. You can engage with it any possible way you can imagine and extract any insights or perspectives that you want. And your output, the answer you get, will always depend on the quality and thought behind your input, right? So people that are using AI to, hey, write me a blog for first-time home buyers, that is a garbage article, right? It's super generic. It's super high level. There's no context. There's no value. That's not going to give you anything that's actionable or give you any insights. So I'm giving you a list of 25 different prompts. What I just showed you in the previous slides are some examples of some of the prompts. So I'm going to give you 25 insights and scenarios and opportunities that you can find in data, and then the related prompt to get those insights out of the data. I've also built a custom GPT for this. So everything that you're going to see moving forward, all I literally did was put the reviews into this. I pasted it, I pressed enter, and then I used some of those prompts that I've provided you to get these insights. So you can use the prompts in this tool, but if you just put it in here and you click let's get started, it's going to walk you through the process and it's going to say, what do you want to do with this data? What are you hoping to get out of it? All that good stuff. Now, this is kind of important. Mitch, I'm going to be like 5 more minutes. Is that cool?
Yep, no worries.
Okay, I'll try to wrap it up here quick. Data source filtering is super important. So just getting the data is fine if you just grab all of the data, but you can enrich that data set and that feedback to focus on specific outcomes in your analysis. So here's an example with Google reviews. All I did, I typed in mortgage companies, Denver, Colorado. And I'm looking at this list, and this American Funding catches my eye because there's 7,600 reviews and they have 4.7 reviews. I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's a competitor to me. They're right down the street from me. That's really interesting because it feels like it's uncurated feedback, right? Because you're not going to have 8,000 reviews all curated. You only see thousands of reviews when you have a big enough brand and you're doing enough marketing. So how the heck are they doing it? When you click on that, what I want you to notice on the right-hand side is you have 2 ways to sort or filter this data. You have under the reviews, there are words, keywords that keep popping up. And then you can sort by most relevant, highest, lowest, and newest. So newest is going to give you timely and relevant feedback. That's what's going on today. That's the most recent. If you want to do the lowest, if you want to analyze their negative reviews and find out what the complaints are, you sort by lowest, you grab all the 1 to 3 stars, and then you do your analysis on that. So this particular one, it had radio on there. And I'm like, okay, this is one of those radio mortgage companies. That's really interesting. I wonder what that looks like. So I put that into my tool, and it basically said the recurring theme here on the radio advertising impact is that many customers were drawn to the radio spots because they had high profile personalities like Glenn Beck and Mark Levin. However, there was a lot of skepticism and disappointment after relying on those endorsements. So what that tells me is, yes, they generated a lot of business, but they didn't do a great job of following through. Like their processes and their systems were not that great, or their loan officers weren't that great. Maybe they were just order takers or something like that. So that is interesting. That's an interesting perspective that I was able to glean from the Google reviews of a competitor. Now, this gets really interesting. Reddit. This is a community called First Time Homebuyer. This community in the Reddit platform has over 500,000 members. Okay. Now look at the rules. Be nice, no selling, no industry professionals, no self-promotion, no trolls, no memes. That to me sounds like an excellent data source for me to get unbiased data from consumers. So what I did is I started copying, and I was trying to get the first 30 days. I wanted to get a 30-day snapshot. What are consumers thinking today? Well, I only got up to 24 days, and I have 149 pages of consumer feedback. That's crazy. That is a lot of data. There's probably 10 reviews on each page. So, depending on the size of the review. So that is hundreds and hundreds of reviews. So I gave it in the tool that I gave you. I asked it these two things. So first of all, this document, I'm giving this to you. Okay, so these 149 pages of all of this consumer feedback, this is in the takeaways. So you're going to be able to play with this data set. So I gave it these two prompts. Cluster consumer feedback to detect recurring complaints tied to seasonal or event-driven issues, highlight micro trends in consumer pain points, and track sentiment trends over time, which this is only 30 days, so it's not going to be huge. And then it punched out a 4-page analysis. Okay, so the very first thing you see on this 4-page analysis is closing costs. Our estimated is estimated closing cash always this high? I wasn't expecting to need this much. Loan estimate closing costs seem inflated. Are these final figures or just estimates? Fees are highly inflated on the early loan disclosures and drop closer to closing. Why not more transparency up front? All of these are training issues. All of these are communication that we can have with the consumer to prevent these kinds of surprises. So when I put those two prompts into that 149 pages, I got a 4-page analysis, and that's in the takeaway. So you're going to be able to read the entire 4-page analysis. Consumer affairs. Now, this is interesting because it's a little bit of a pay-to-play site, so it's kind of like rate tables. The big players go on there and they pay to have their rate tables show up. But all of the consumer reviews are unbiased, unsolicited reviews, and there's a lot of them. So filter with intent. So I clicked here on mortgages, on who's the best of the best. AmeriSave was one of them. And they have almost 6,000 reviews with a 4.7. So on this particular one, I clicked see all 500 5,888 reviews. And I'm going to look on the left-hand side. You see, I choose, show me the 1, 2, and 3-star reviews. Now I have an entire list of 1, 2, and 3-star reviews that I can figure out where AmeriSave is dropping the ball. Lower is on there. We all love to hate Lower because they have lower rates than we do, but they have lower rates than everybody, but that's only because you need a 720 credit score, a maximum of 80% equity, and you have to be a full W-2 employee. So that's cool. They still need to keep those clients. So on this one, I might look at the 4 and 5-star reviews and I might say, okay, cool marketing trick, but I want to know all of the operational things that you're doing. What is it that people love about Lower? Because we already know they're not super experienced loan officers or anything like that. So what can I glean out of that? I've got 250 reviews that I can look for opportunities. So when we talk about getting an advantage in this market, thinking differently about your business is an advantage. Innovation is an advantage. And we can use AI to serve as a bridge between unstructured data and actionable intelligence. And feedback analysis is not just reactive, but it can be predictive and proactive. I know most of us, we get a negative review. It's all hands. Everybody get together. Let's fix this thing because we got this one negative review, which you should do, but you can also be predictive and proactive. And then finally, the integration of this kind of feedback into your internal and your external systems creates a holistic value proposition that other people aren't going to be able to touch. So here are the things that I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you a playbook. You're going to see right there, you're going to get a copy of these slides. You're going to get the custom GPT, the Reddit analysis document, the clustered consumer report is in there. And then I have another report for high value insights and opportunities and the prompts to extract those. I'm going to give you a link to this Google folder. These are all the resources. All you have to do is scan this. My contact information is on the playbook. If you want to learn more about my Redefining Business Intelligence company, the link is in the playbook there. And Mitch, that's what I got for you, bud.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it very much. Everybody make sure you get the scan the code there, and then we will get moving. I appreciate you joining us today, Scott. And looks like Carlos is already digging in to what you got going on there. So
that would be typical of Carlos.
Yeah, he is, if anything, he is an action taker. I know that. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, hey, I'm going to bring in our next sponsor. So once again, Scott, have a great day. Appreciate it.
Thanks, my friend. All
right, our next sponsor here I'm going to bring in is Michael Radcliffe. How you doing, Michael? You are on mute, just so you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Good, man.
Welcome to the show, man. I appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you being a first-time sponsor of these events. And, want to give you the stage, kind of tell us about yourself and the RAD CRM.
Cool, man. Can I share the screen? I don't know. I've never used it before. Is that cool? All right. Let me
go ahead and hit present, and I'll bring it up for you.
Okay. Share screen. Tab. All right, you guys see this?
There you go.
Sweet. Good to go?
Yep, good to go. I'm gonna jump right in.
All right, so I'm the owner and creator of RAD CRM. This is a CRM that is completely built on the GHL platform. We took it and completely manipulated it and updated it for specifically the mortgage industry. I myself have been in the industry since 2012. I won't bore you with my story, but I produced all the way up until last year and I decided to dive into the CRM space a couple of years ago. Because I had used so many other CRMs and it was so hard to find some that worked for loan officers. So I'm going to walk you through just some basics. There is a tremendous amount more that could present to you guys. That has been a huge game changer for our LOs. If you look at my link in my name, there's going to be the radcrm.com. If you guys go to the website, you can request a demo. It's a 12-minute video, and you can also request a live Zoom with myself to go over any deeper details, okay? The whole purpose of the CRM, guys, is to automate the minutia. When I was an LO and I was a coach, and I also did some coaching myself, I often realized that loan officers and myself spent a lot of time with the minutia of following up, of spending time in my system processing things that didn't make me money. And I noticed that if I focus all my efforts on getting agents, focusing on leads, past clients, diving in, your business will grow and become a much more longer business no matter where the rates are at, which is why there are LOs such as Major Singleton and others that are crushing it because they're doing those productive things. So in the pipelines, as you move your stages, it's all built out with all the content done. You have a 4-week follow-up for application request that will integrate with whatever LOS you use. Application received will spit out a text and email. So all of these milestones have a text and email that goes out. It can go to the buyers, buyer agent, listing agent, and title company. You're not limited to those, but that is what we have built out by default. You can also have the appraisal status updates and CD status updates, all the updates that you feel are important for your agents and borrower to know, done automatically. If you're in an LOS to integrate with, such as Nano or Arrive or LP, we have integration with all 3 of those major LOSs. You do not have to have a Zapier account with those, just FYI. For those who are retail and you have a specific, and Mitch, can you help me out there? Is it brokers and retail? Is it a mix? Mitch may not be there still.
No, we are a mix of brokers and retail.
Okay, trying to be quick because I have the 5 minutes. So, okay, so if you're a broker, integration is phenomenal. If you're retail, you'll have to let me know what your LOS is so we can look at the integration part of it. But for example, if you're integrated, you can simply update your LOS. It instantly updates Red CRM, fires off the appropriate texts and emails and follow-ups. We have birthdays, holidays. We have a 2-year post-closing follow-up. So if you have a loan that closes, it'll add them automatically to 2 years of content. It's 30 days, 90, 6 months, a year, year and a half, and 2 years. We felt it was not overbearing, but enough for your borrowers to not forget who you are for refinances or referrals, or if they decide to move. One thing that we love to do is at the application receive stage, you have the all about you survey. Everything we have in here, guys, is completely customizable, including the fields, folders, and the content of all the messages. Okay, now this right here is an all about you form. The picture is a little blurry because I'm in a preview mode, but you can edit the color, the pictures, the font style, the questions, the order. So it's going to ask questions like main reason looking for a home, biggest concerns in the process, what they want in a loan officer and a realtor, favorite hobbies, restaurant, vacation, author, different closing gift ideas. It asks if they have any professionals that you can connect them with to build relationships for referral sources, and then it asks for leads. You'll be surprised how many people throw in a lead when they're behind a screen. So we also have an automation where once this is filled out, not only will you get a copy of this and get notified, it will also notify the buyer agent on the contact with a pre-done email that says, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Realtor, just an FYI, we had a survey come in for our borrower, John Smith. It'll have their name in there as well. And then we'll say, please review and let me know if you'd like to hop on a call. I'd love to get with you and talk to you about how we can game plan for this borrower. I felt that the better experience you give the borrower, the happier they are, the happier the realtor is, and the higher probability of you getting loans. Mitchell, just cut me off. I'm at my 5 minutes. Okay. I think I have like 2 minutes left.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So this is all automatic, guys. It goes out automatically. It's a phenomenal resource, and it was a game changer for my business personally. And a lot of top producing LOs will use this to give them a very specific experience. We've gotten nothing but great feedback on this survey. As a side note, when you request the application, all you have to do is create the contact, click send application, and hit OK, and you're done. Again, focus on getting business, not pulling up an email, sending them your application link, all that stuff, telling Siri to remind you to follow up. You click that button, hit OK, sends them an email and a text with your apply link to your LOS. It always brings them to the LOS. And then a 4-week drip sequence starts. When they finish it, it will turn that off if your LOS is integrated. All right. Like I mentioned, application completed, they're notified. At pre-approval, there's a 90-day follow-up drip to keep you in front of your borrowers as they're shopping for homes. For birthdays, it doesn't just notify the borrower. It'll send a notification to the realtor on the contact saying, just a heads up, it's our borrower's birthday. So we're all about creating more and more relationships so that you can retain more business. Inside the contacts, you can have different smart lists. You can organize them per agent to see all the deals that you've done with that agent. You can organize them by your realtor partners. You have a power dialer in here. You can text, email, voicemail drop. We have a full-blown calendar system, just like Calendly. You can cancel Calendly. You can cancel MailChimp. We have an email builder inside here as well. For example, on the filters, going back to Smart List, I can type in right here, interest rate, and type in is greater than 6.5% and hit apply. And just like that, I got 38 people over 6.5%. I can then save this as a list. It's a live list. So as I close loans over 6.5, they'll be plotted into your list. So if rates do drop, you can hop in and send out an email blast and start calling these people to get more refinances. Inside the contact, you have all these fields that you can totally customize, tags, field updates, etc. You have a full-blown task management system. You have the pencil for notes, the calendar updates. You can also upload documents for that borrower. It shows their activity. The conversation hub integrates with your email, calendar. It shows updates for all those things. And then last but not least, just to wrap it up for you guys, we do have automations for postcards going out. We have automations for handwritten cards that can go out at certain stages automatically, written to the realtor or the borrower. You have conversation hubs to track all your conversations. And then you can also in sites have your own ClickFunnels, websites, have a form or a survey for an event with an agent or for your business. They can scan a QR code, sign up for your event, automate messages before and after the event, and it's a complete powerhouse. So I believe my time is just about up, but I want to let you guys know we do integrate with majority of our systems. If you're a Redder fan, RETR, we do integrate with Redder. You can use it right inside your account. If you're an Arrive fan or LendingPad, you can use Arrive right inside Rad CRM. If you're Redder, you can push an agent right inside here and it automates things to realtors. So if you are interested or have any questions, go to theradcrm.com. As a special for those who attended this conference, we're going to drop the onboarding fee from $250 to $99, and you'll get a 10% for life discount on any monthly plan that you choose. So, Mitch, I don't know if there's any time for questions. I assume it's just to present and move on. Is there anything else I can provide, Mitch, for you or your people?
I really appreciate you supporting us, man. I dropped that in the comments, the website, so people can go check that out. Please, like I said, go support our sponsors because they are who allow us to put these events on for free. And you guys don't have to pay to come watch these amazing speakers. So again, Michael, I really appreciate it. Sure. And we'll talk soon.
Cool. Last thing, 2 seconds. Support is a game changer, guys. We have the best support in the industry. So if you want to test it, test our response time. We always support our people, make sure it's all built out for you. Thank you, Mitch, so much, man. Appreciate it.
Love it. Thank you. All right, everybody. I'm going to be bringing on my good buddy, Carlos Ramos. How are you, sir?
I am doing well, my friend. Let's get going here. Get some attention. What's happening? What's happening?
Juggling the business of mortgages.
Yeah, my life.
I still remember one of your videos you did with like apples and oranges, like one of your first videos.
Yeah, apples to apples. You got to compare each other with. From apples to apples with other lenders is what I tell people.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a good one. I like that one. You got to bring that back in the rotation.
Yes, sir. I got to put my glasses on because they're just for reading, and those oranges were blurry when I was juggling them. So, all right, are we ready?
Yes, sir. We're ready, man.
Awesome, awesome. So thanks for having me, Mitch. Everybody out there. So I'm going to ask one question to start my presentation off with. I don't have a PowerPoint or anything. I'm just going to go. All right. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments. Mitch will get to them after. All right. Now, if you want to know about social media, I'm going to ask you this one question. What if I could get you in front of 25 realtors right now? What if you were in front of 25 realtors? How about 50 realtors? Well, what about 100, 200 realtors? What if somebody asked you to speak in front of 1,000 realtors? How would you feel? Would you say yes? Would you be nervous and all that? Well, listen, that's what like the views are on social media. A lot of people like when they put content out there, they're like, wow, I only got 10 likes or 10 views on my video and stuff like that. But what if you were in that room with those 10 people? So you just did that content without even being in a room and just provided as much value as you can. So how awesome would that be if you can do that, right? So now I grew my business. I started video marketing in 2017 and grew my business during the pandemic like everybody else. But the year before that, I wasn't doing so well business-wise. I was really struggling, almost, was thinking about getting out of the industry, but I stuck to doing video marketing. I said, let me just keep going. I'll keep going. Pandemic hit, and then I shot from doing $5 million a year in business to $27 million in business the next year because of video marketing. I was already on social media, planting the seeds, okay? So you got to remember that, just planting the seeds. Social media is a marathon. It's not a sprint. There's one thing I'm going to tell you guys up front. If you're expecting to get leads overnight, it could happen. It may not happen, but it will eventually happen, okay? So you guys have to understand that. So Know that. What I'm going to talk about is some unique content, some ideas. I got my notes here. I'm sorry. We're going to talk about consistency, my creation process, and what I really think about 2025 with social media. You're really going to have to dig deep and probably do a lot more of your social relationship building. Okay. What I mean by that is right now, there's a lot of loan officers. We're just having a hard time getting meetings with agents, getting them to pick up the phone, reply back to text messages. But if there's one thing they're always on, it's on IG, Instagram. They're on their Facebook. They're on their TikTok. So if that's where they're at, we need to contact them there. Are you following their content? Are you liking it? Are you making comments? Are you engaging with them? You have to engage. If you want them to engage with you, you have to engage with them. That's just how it works. Okay. And I think 2025, we're probably going to have more. We need to do more of that now than ever. We're just not getting these people on the phone. Okay. So you have to understand that now. So you have to know your followers. It's very important that you understand that. You have to know your followers. If it's real estate agents, great. What are you going to show them as value? What are you going to come up with? What are your content ideas? Okay. Are you just throwing up your mortgage flyers on social media, just talking about the latest and greatest program? Great. But that kind of gets old. And are you really providing enough information for them to like you? Just because you put the flyer that maybe ABC Mortgage Company has the same program, you just named it something different, but the realtors are going to understand it's the same thing. Like, are you really providing the value there by doing that? You're probably not. Okay, you're just like everybody else. Do you want to be like everybody else? I don't. I try to make my content as best I can, that where people will just copy me. I'd rather have people copying me than me copying people all the time. But that does not mean you cannot get ideas from everybody else. There's a lot of great people on social media right now. I follow a lot of people. So if you're just getting into video marketing or social media, I think some of the things you need to do is look at the people in your area. Who are the top LOs that are doing awesome on social media? Who are the top realtors doing awesome in social media? And maybe even look at people that are not in the real estate industry, okay? Because get ideas from them. Now, I'm not telling you to copy them exactly word for word, picture for picture. You don't want to do that, okay? Because if you do something like that, you have to make sure you give credit to those creators because they're the ones that came up with the idea. What I'm telling you is get an idea. Like if somebody made a nice post at an open house or something like that, and you thought it was really awesome, it caught your eyes, then what can you do to create something similar to that? Whether it's in Canva, hire somebody to help you with that if you need to. I always say I have a young marketing girl that helps me out. She's 29 years old. She helps me with some Instagram ideas. She actually sent me about 10 videos today on Instagram, and they weren't all real estate related. Try this, try different angles. Do your research. Don't try to show up on social media and throw up and like, okay, I'm here. Call me now, call me for a mortgage. They don't even know who you are. This year I just had a grandson, my first grandchild, and my daughter in Rhode Island. I love throwing him up in my stories with my wife. We FaceTime a lot. I just put one up last night. So I'm on Instagram, Tampa Bay Mortgages. If you look at that, you'll see of just him laughing, and a lot of people that follow me, they'll DM me saying, hey man, I love that picture of you and your grandson. It's awesome to see how happy you are with your grandson. And he's just not even mortgage related. It's my family. Like I've had people follow me. My son's 16 years old, and they followed him since he was in elementary school. Now I'm not afraid to throw my son in a video. He just liked the photobomb back then. Now I can't get him on video if you want it. If I tried, he's 16. Forget it, Dad. No, forget it. But I'm just saying. So we're gonna talk about that. And like I said, you're gonna have different audiences. Everybody has to understand that. Like so. If you just throw one post and ghost, yeah, I said that. You're going to post and ghost and think, oh my God, I'm going to get 100 phone calls because I made my first post. It's not how it works. You have to look at social media like this. Everybody knows what the Grand Canyon is, okay? So if I had a rock in my hand, a pebble, and I took you up in a helicopter and said, okay, and we're over the Grand Canyon, and I said, all right, throw the rock out. We can color it purple if you want the rock. Throw it out there. Throw it in the Grand Canyon. Now we're going to go land the helicopter, and I said, go find that rock in the middle of the Grand Canyon. You're probably going to say, man, you're crazy. I'm not going to be able to find that. Of course not. The Grand Canyon is so big, right? So think of like social media like that. We have Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn. What else is there? All these other platforms. Who knows? There's just so many of them out there. Red Note, which is new coming out right now because of TikTok, and who knows if TikTok's going away. But you have to understand, there's just so much of that out there. You need to be the face of that. You need to get out there, make a post. Now, when I say about consistency, okay, it's very important that you are posting, but I do believe you don't need to post every day anymore. Okay. Now, for me, I have a lot of content out there, so I don't need to post every day. I can post every 2 days if I need to, but I like to post every day, so I try to do that. But what I mean is, like, consistency is like, I wrote my note down, okay, and I forgot where I put it, but it's just not normal. Like, it's, how can I say this? It's just hard for me to say, but it's like consistency is not what you think it is. Okay. It's not like, let me post 6 stories a day. Let me make a post in the morning, a post in the afternoon, and a post at night. Okay. It's not like that anymore. It's just showing up is being consistent. And a lot of people, I don't think, understand that. They just want to just like, no, I'm going to post, I'm going to throw up every day. You know, I'm a young lady in her fitness outfits, all that. Maybe I can't compete with them, but let me try this. Let me try that. Let me just throw everything out there. Social media throw up is what I call it. You don't need to do that. Like, if you're providing enough great value and content, you're going to be okay. Okay. And when it comes to content, I think a lot of people make the mistake of, like I said earlier, throwing up all their mortgage related stuff, all the flyers, all the buy down information, all this stuff. They just throw it up there and they don't talk about it. Like, you know, don't tell people to say, hey, this is, you have to buy a home right now. You know, this is how much you're spending on rent, and then this is what it's going to buy. Like, show the value. Like, you know, do whiteboarding. I used to do whiteboarding if you want. Explain it. They want it, you know, everybody's visual these days. You know, we have visual followers. Everybody wants to see stuff. Now, and also, too, we're not talking beyond for an hour. Okay. If you want to be on TikTok live for an hour, more power to you. For me, it's very difficult to talk that long on that stuff. I can talk about social media forever, but to talk about mortgages for an hour, it's kind of difficult. So for me anyway. But if you want to get some ideas for video marketing or social media, go to TikTok. My advice is, like, TikTok is 6 months ahead of Facebook and IG. Okay. TikTok has all these trends that are popping and all that. Go see what's happening over there, what's popping. Bring that to the other platforms. Make those videos now. So when they do finally catch up in the platforms, you may be ahead of the game. Maybe not. Collaborations is big right now. I love to collaborate. And I think that would be the biggest way for you to grow your audience if you choose to collaborate with others. Now, I like to do videos with real estate agents, and I would tag them. Now, by me tagging them and inviting them to be a collaborator, I'm getting in front of their audience. Their audience is getting in front of mine. Next thing you know, you just created new followers. Also, let's not forget, they're real estate friends. Most of these real estate agents, they this huge mistake. They're on social media, they brag about how great they are, and the only people that's engaging with them are their friends in the real estate industry. They don't realize that the majority of their friends on their newsfeed are other real estate agents. And, oh, you're awesome, you're on fire, all that crap. Okay, well, guess what? Since their audience is all real estate friends, collaborate with them. Get on their pages. Go visit an open house. Do a Facebook Live. Do an Instagram Reel, a Facebook Reel, a TikTok. Tag them. Make sure you're following them. You know, all that stuff is going to help you grow in social media. I'm not one, like, I can talk all day on social media, but I'm one, like, I just want to go. Like, and I know a lot of people right now, 2024 was rough. I've been in the industry 22 years, and I got into video marketing at the end of 17 to help me stay in the business. And so far, it's helped me stay in the business. I've been fortunate. I'm starting off the year pretty good. So I'm not going crazy yet. But like I said, for me, this is a huge base of my business is social media. You have to understand that, like, just got to push, not be afraid. A lot of people are so afraid. They're like deer in headlights. Oh, you know, everybody's talking about why I should do social media and this and that, but nobody's showing you. Go to people that are doing it and ask them for help. I think a lot of people are afraid to ask for help. You can message me, you can text me, you can DM me on Instagram, and I will guarantee I'll help you. Mitch will tell you that. I'll help out as best I can to give you the tips, techniques. You can follow me, and I always have tutorials. I think in our industry right now, we look at like a lot of top producers, and I'm not considered a top producer. All right. But I'm just saying, like, a lot of top producers are afraid to share their secrets. And I think a lot of people in the middle ground of lending, loan officers, they want to get to the top, but they're afraid to also ask, or they think that top producers are going to be jerks. Not all of them are like that. There are some jerks out here, don't get me wrong, but not all of them are like that. There really are people out there like myself that want to help you. Look what Mitch is doing today to help you get more information out, to help you grow and survive in 2025. This is awesome stuff out here. And, you know, like I said earlier, I got some more notes here. Follow, engage with high performing LOs, realtors, who you want to work with. Go after them. See what they're posting. Happy birthdays, comment on all that stuff. Content ideas. Scott is great with ChatGPT, all the AI stuff. Definitely get his information. You got Housing Wire. You got Scotsman's Trade. Like, there's just so much stuff that you can put out there, green screen it, talk about it. There's just a lot of great information. I will tell you, like, if you're just getting into it, some of my tips is practice. Like, take your phone, put it like on record by yourself at home, and just practice. See, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the camera? Are you looking at yourself? Like right now, I'm looking at the camera, but if I was looking at myself on the screen, I can look there. But practice. Now, here's the best thing. The best button on the phone, guaranteed, is delete. Just delete the button. Delete it. You don't like the video? Delete. Start all over. It's so simple to do. Now, when you feel comfortable and you want to post it, guess what? You're ready to go. And then usually your first video is probably going to get you the most views. Always happens because people are not used to you being online as a video and seeing you talk and stuff like that. So you usually get a lot of views, which is great. And then it gives you some nice confidence to make another video. And then you make another video, and then you just keep going and keep going. You're planting the seeds for the future, you know. I saw this nice quote the other day. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. All right, let me repeat that. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. So just when you post that first video, just keep planting seeds for your future business. It will come. And I feel that with social media right now, letting agents know that you're still around, being visible on social media, because that's where they're at. They're on social media. A lot of them not answering their phones, text messages, emails, nothing like that. So get where they're at. Do a nice video, short video, DM it to them if you want to introduce yourself. Hey, I'm Carlos Ramos. You know, this is who I am. Love to connect with you. Do that stuff. Don't be afraid. Like I said, Scott has great information. There was another girl that had great information as well. I just say, try to stay away from scare tactics. Show your value. I think you're going to hear that a lot from everybody is provide the value and they'll come. Content is everywhere. I mean, like literally, content is everywhere. I said that earlier. You got Answer the Public, ChatGPT, other LOs, other realtors, all that stuff. Mitch has content here. When you're making videos, lighting is important. I'm in my home office right now. I have a light over here shining on me. You can probably see it's kind of a little bright. Sound is important. A great place to make videos is in your car. The acoustics in your car is awesome. Go sit in your car, shoot a short video. Very simple to do. Okay. Transitions, moving around is very important. You saw I started earlier, juggling the oranges, trying to get your attention. You got 3 seconds to capture your followers, the viewers. So you want to make sure you're getting the hooks. And you can use ChatGPT for this to practice to start off until you get better at it. Tell ChatGPT, hey, I'm doing a video on this prompt. Here's the prompt. Doing a video on this. Provide me a nice video hook, short caption, call to action, some hashtags, and use that as a guide to help you out. And you're gonna get a nice video. What else do I have in here for tips? Sorry guys, I have a few things everywhere. Oh, another thing to do is bios are important. Check your bios. Check your bios on Facebook, check your bios on Instagram. Don't be private. You're out in the public right now. You're a loan officer. If you're in the public eye, it's like kissing babies, shaking hands, like you're like a politician. Private accounts don't do anything for you. No realtor is going to be clicking on your private account. Hey, accept me as a friend. That's not how it works. Be public. Search keywords to help you out with your name. My name on Instagram is Tampa Bay Mortgages, and I like to use Tampa because that's where I'm at. Mortgages, obviously, because that's just what we do for a living. And Mitch, am I able to show my screen here?
Yep, you can just hit present and I can bring it up.
I just want to show you guys something real quick. Okay. Okay, where's the screen? Okay,
Once you
here we
pop
go.
it in, then
I think I put it up now.
there you go.
Okay. So you guys can see on my bio here, I'm like pointing with my mouse, but I'm not really, you can't see that, I don't think, can you? Okay, now you can see my mouse, right?
Yep.
Like you got here's my name, Carlos Ramos, Florida Loan Officer, Tampa. These are all keywords. So if you go to Google and type in Florida Loan Officer, most likely my name is going to pop up. So these are keywords right here. Down here, helping Tampa Bay families and agents. Like this right here, this my bio right here, I got that from ChatGPT. I said ChatGPT, like here's everything I do. Give me a bio for Instagram for me. And then I tweaked it, and this is what I came up with because I help, I'm mortgage and social media tips for realtors. That's what I do. So I'm looking for real estate agents to connect with. Like I said, I don't have a lot of a huge followings, 15,000 followers. I don't look for that. I look for people I can connect with and do business with. If I only had 100 followers, if I knew them and I can do business with, great. Of course, the more followers, the more exposure you'll get when you make videos and do all that stuff. But as you can see, here's my screen right here, right? What don't you see here? You don't see flyers. You don't see anything like that. I have videos, short videos. This is video realtor tips right here. I have classes coming up. Here's a picture. Look, a picture of me out. I tagged all 3 of these realtors. This was a close-in video. The realtor actually put me as a collaborator. I didn't post this. She invited me as a collaborator. So you can see I have these videos right here, more tips, stuff like that. This is location videos. So go out and do stuff like that. This is me jumping over the house with CapCut. Maybe that's a little more advanced, but there's just so much you can do to get your name out there. It's amazing. Like, I'm just gonna stop sharing this. It just amazes me how many agents, loan officers don't want to go on social media, Mitch, because they're like, nah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. But then I'll get a bunch of LOs that'll be like, oh man, how'd you do that? How you meeting these realtors? Think about this, Mitch, right? If you've been following me on social media and we've been connecting, DMing with each other, commenting, engaging back and forth. If I called you up out of the blue, a cold call, like I never talked to you before, and I say, hey, it's Carlos, man. We follow each other. Hey, Carl, like that warm interaction is better than a cold. And like, who are you? Yeah, loan officer. No, thank you. Click. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that's what you got.
I've experienced that recently because I work for Geneva and I called a friend I've had on Facebook for a long time, and she popped up as a loan officer on a list of people I was calling. And I was like, oh, hey, I'm gonna reach out to her. So I called, and as soon as I said my name, she's like, oh my God, how you been? So she knew me. Like, we don't know each other, we never spoke before, but
Exactly.
as soon as she heard my name, as soon as I saw her name, same thing. I was like, oh, hey. And then as soon as she heard my name, then she was like, we're been friends forever.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
so-
You built up the name, you know what I mean? With build your empire. You and I have been talking for a while,
Yep.
and that's how we met through social media. So it's just so much people can do, and I hope I provided enough value to help people out. They can, like I said, follow me on Instagram or Facebook or Mitch. Anybody watching the replay too. So
Yeah, go make sure you go follow Carlos. We've been friends for a long time, clear back to the days of listening to Steve Sims and Nick Carpenter and all those guys that we brought on to share with us. And back then it was only like 5 or 6 of us that I was doing it for. So yeah, we've been knowing each other on here a long time, and it's exciting for me to watch you, because I can see where you're getting some of that stuff because I was there when you watched the video. And like I said to Scott, you're a implementer, and that's what people have got to do that are watching this video, rather now or in replay. Take something from one of these 5 speakers and implement something into your business tomorrow. And, same thing Chris said, 212. It just one little thing could make a huge difference in your business, in 2025.
Now, can I show one more thing and show people? Let me find it real quick before I share it. And
And if you guys haven't seen, go look on my social. I've shared Carlos's video about this event a few times on my social because I got a kick out of it. CapCut is something I need to learn how to do.
Yeah. Now, speaking of CapCut, everybody keeps talking about the TikTok, band and all that stuff. Listen, we don't know. I mean, who knows what's really gonna happen with that? You know what I mean? So,
Right.
but if TikTok goes away, CapCut goes away. But there'll be other apps, But I just want to show one last thing to show. CapCut, yeah, TikTok owns CapCut.
Oh, okay.
So, but let me just show you this one last thing, just to show people that what I mean about like being seen out there by doing the brand. Let me show you this. I don't know how well you can see that, but hey, hi Carlos, I'm Clarissa with Dalton Wade. I'm looking for a new lender, and I followed you on IG for a while now. I have a seller, and this is January 6th that I got this message. So this is social proof that if you keep doing content, providing content out there, people are watching. They may not everybody's gonna like and comment, but they're watching.
Yeah,
so
that's the thing. I mean, only a small percentage of people that see your stuff are actually liking or commenting. That if you got 10 likes, you probably got 100 views, and that's crazy. Like you said, could you imagine filling the seats and doing a presentation for 3 minutes to 100 people?
Yeah,
you would do that all day, every day.
All day. Yeah, and then people get upset. Oh, I only had 100 views. Don't get upset. That's good. That's really good. Like when I teach my classes, I ask, what do you consider viral? And they're like, oh, 1 million views and this and that. I said, no, like you've never done video content. So if you get 10 people to watch you, you're viral. That's viral for you. 10 people. Right. If you get more, great. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And I think that's the problem in our industry. Everybody just wants it now. And it's like, no, like it's going to happen. You just have to get better at it. Just like we talked earlier, like get better at doing your mortgage, learn your products, like understand the industry, understand your sales job, all that stuff. It's similar to doing selling and learning on social media.
Yeah. And it doesn't hurt to take these videos, go create a simple YouTube channel and upload your content, because I know guys who get leads from videos they did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, how'd you hear about me? Like, oh, I saw this video on YouTube. And they're like, I made that video 20 years ago. Feels like. So to them, it's the same thing you said. The seed you plant, today, you don't eat the fruit today.
That's right.
They plant that seed 2 years ago and they eat off of that every couple months. So someone's calling them and being like, hey, I saw your video. That was awesome. I wanted to check on, this. And there's people in this industry that, unfortunately, if we do lose TikTok, that earn all their business off TikTok.
Yeah.
So there's loan officers out there that literally do nothing but TikTok videos and make a living. So it's definitely, something that you guys can take into consideration. We got Reels, we got Instagram, we got YouTube Shorts. You got plenty of avenues to put this stuff out there, so people can see it.
Don't sleep on Facebook Reels. Facebook Reels, you'll be surprised, is they're making a push with that. So a lot of people are like, they'd rather not be on Facebook anymore. Yeah, well, don't sleep on Facebook Reels. Like you can get some good reach.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of changes when it comes to that. And I heard that he's made a change, and but he's also the one that's been pushing to end TikTok. I think more than anyone, putting a lot of money behind that efforts.
Who knows?
So if it does come to it, if TikTok does go away, well, guess where people are going to go? They're going to go to Reels. They're going to go to Shorts. They're going to go somewhere else to get their fix for short video content. And you might as well be on all those platforms so you can catch them.
That's right. Well, I appreciate your time, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate joining us. Everybody, go follow Carlos on social media. He's a great follow. And I want to say thank you to everybody that joined us today. And if you are interested, we are still doing what I call the Mortgage Leadership Mastermind. Carlos has been a part of some of these things in the past that I've done. And this time around, we have 8 speakers that kind of join us in a mastermind setting, a smaller setting than this. This is a paid thing. If you go up to the top, you can see that. It's great. We got Eddie Perez, we got Kyle Draper, we got Karina Carter, we got some amazing leaders in there that help us bring, new information and new technology and advice to everybody in the group. So come join us. It's $39 a month. I mean, that's cheaper than coffee. So it's definitely worth it. And again, I appreciate everybody for joining us. And if you have any questions, reach out to me. And if you're not registered, make sure you go register for tomorrow, because we are going to be going live again at 9 a.m. We have some amazing speakers. Wayne Salmans is our keynote speaker tomorrow, which, if you don't know Wayne, amazing dude, like salt of the earth kind of guy. We got Kobe Heckler, Brianna Harris Kimbrough. So we got some great speakers lined up, ready to speak and educate you guys all again tomorrow. Awesome. Thanks, Carlos.
All right.
All right, everybody. That's it for today. If you have any questions, reach out to me directly. If you need the link to register tomorrow, reach out on Facebook or LinkedIn, and I will get that shot over to you. Appreciate you for tuning in. Thank you very much.